po dahil wala po akong pera. Ayoko po dahil may mga tao, kahit may pera sila, ayaw nila. Now, when the choice of the doctor and the choice of the patient, magbabanggaan yan. At pinilit mo pa rin. Naobserbahan ko po, yung karamihan ng operation, namamatay yung pasyente after the operation, it is because of forcing that particular treatment to a patient who resists it. So, hindi lang po yung healthcare aspect, pati yung experimentation aspect dahil hanggang stage 3 pa lang. At actually, yung stage 3 pa lang, napakarami nang namatay. At marami na rin ng mga nagkaroon ng side effects.
Ito po, doktor, bilang isang abogado na this time, ito yung katanungan ko, kung may masamang mangyari sa pasyente, meron ba siyang cause of action o karapatan sumampa ng isang kaso laban doon sa opisyal na pumilit sa kanya magbakuna?
Wala po, When WHO issues a particular classification, which is called EUL, experimental use listing, when any particular drug, vaccine, or even equipments, pag nakategorize siyang EUL, pagkatapos nag-sign ka doon, meaning any side effect, mamatay ka, maparalyze ka, anything that will happen to you, they are not answerable.
Waiver.
Well, ang waiver kasi, it's a very soft term. Alam niyo po, ang waiver, it is not effective as far as our Philippine laws because future rights cannot be waived, including the right to file a case. So, waiver is a soft term. But the international guideline on health, Mexico Protocol, states that in a particular drug, that is, hindi nyo po alam na ang ating mga prisons, they are part of international experimentation. Whenever a particular heart drug, yung mga iniinom nyo mga gamot ngayon, ininom muna ng mga nakapreso. At kung may mamatay doon, o walang mamatay, o konti lang namatay, those are being recorded in the United States and Europe. Now, karamihan ng mga iniinom niyo yan sa diabetes, na-experiment muna sa mga kulungan natin. And the Philippines is one of the guinea pigs of the world. So, napakahirap po kung hindi lang sa ating mga prison, pati sa inyo na, binabakuna na sa inyo, vaccination. Well, we cannot even file a case. Alam niyo po, dati, every week ako nagpa-file ng case laban sa mga doktor, hospital, PRC, administrative, criminal. Pero ngayon, di ka pwedeng mag-file. Why? Because these vaccines are part and categorized as EUL. And whenever a particular drug, equipment, research is classified as EUL, then you cannot file damages.
Well, I hate to interrupt because this is a very interesting discussion on vaccines, but unfortunately, we need some time right now for a short break. So don't leave, everyone. We'll be back on the Deep Probe SMNI Presidential Interviews.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga leksyon.
Sino ang dapat na magpatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan? Sino ang dapat na mailukno sa kapangyarihan?
Dapat may paninindigang ipagpatuloy ang laban kontra insurhensya at iligal na droga.
Matapang, ngunit may puso, may malasakit, handang magpatawad, tagapagtaguyod ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa.
Handang isakripisyo ang meron siya, mapunan lang ang kakulangan ng iba. Ang pulso ng taong bayan, nasa sa kanya.
Mautak, madiskarte at alam ang saklaw ng batas. May konkretong solusyon sa bawat problema, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya.
Kilalanin mo ang iyong iboboto. Aralin ang plataforma. Paano ito isa sa katuparan at patatagalin? Suriin ang track record.
Sawa na tayo sa puro forma at salita. Ang kailangan natin ang magpapatuloy sa pagbabagong natatamasa ng sambayan ng Pilipino.
May malakas na paninindigan sa tama, hindi magtataksil sa bayan at hindi tayo ipagpapalit sa kahit anuman.
Matapat at hindi magnanakaw, hindi sarili, kundi ang interes ng bayan ang inuuna.
May political will, totoo ang serbisyo at handang ibigay ang lahat. Matugunan lamang ang mga isyu na kinakaharap at kakaharapin pa ng bansa. Bilang botante, nasa atin ang responsibilidad na ihalal ang nararapat. Isa itong desisyon para sa nakararami kung kaya't pag-isipang mabuti.
Huwag magpadala sa kasikatan at sabi-sabi. Ikaw mismo ang kumilatis. Tandaan, nakasalalay sa desisyon mo ang magiging kinabukasan ng bansa. Kaya, maging matalino.
Maliban sa totoo, dapat may karanasan at kapasidad na mamuno.
Hindi ka mabibili, kaya huwag kang magpapabayad. Bigyang dangal ang iyong boto.
Katuwang nyo ang SMNI sa isang malinis at patas na eleksyon. Dahil dito, siguradong balitang totoo.
Ibibigay namin sa inyo mga impormasyong tama. Tuloy ang pagbabago kahit sa pagbabalita.
Sama-sama po tayo tungo sa bagong bansa. Piliin ang magpapatuloy sa mga programang nasimulan ng administrasyon.
Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy, 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 ituloy,
Ituloy,
ituloy.
Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Sa muling pagsikat ng araw, isang desisyon ang kailangan mong pakawalan. Desisyon hindi lamang para sa iyong sarili, kundi para sa iyong minamahal. Desisyon para sa katrabaho, kapitbahay, sa iyong kaibigan, at maging sa iba, sa hindi mo kilala. Desisyon para sa kinabukasan ng mga bata, sa mga nangangailangan, sa mga pinagpalang lubos, sa mga kapos, sa mga walang pakialam, sa mga magtatapos na, sa mga magsisimula pa lang. Desisyon para sa bansang nasa gitna na ng pagbangon. Piliin ang tama ngayong eleksyon.
We don't need to explain because truth needs no justification. We are not afraid because the truth will always win. When we ask questions, it's always for the good of all. We question to build, not to break.
We're back at the Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Interviews. And right now, we're still getting to know better our candidate for today, Attorney and Dr. Jose Montemayor. And to get to know him further, our panelists will continue to ask him questions.
Well, I shall pursue, if I may, may shoot the first question after the first break. I would like to follow through your position in regard to increasing money supply by means of the ayuda, Dr. Montemayor. And the empirical evidence suggests to us that if you keep on giving ayuda to the deserving recipients, at a later time, you are going to engender learned helplessness. How do you deal with this?
Well, when I say that, well, there are two things that, for us to recover, the fiscal policy and also the monetary policy. Monetary policy, you increase the money supply, but you only do that in the short term. You see, we are still in the pandemic, and even with post-pandemic, we have to help every person. The MSMEs, more than 50% or 500,000 companies. Some are permanently, some are temporary staff. They need budget to, to stimulate the economy. The people who are seriously and severely affected, they should be given assistance. But I emphasize in many interviews that this is only for the short term. We have to create jobs, we have to create employment in order we will be ready in the long haul. Now, I said that we have to increase for the meantime the money supply because there is a very much need for our economy to be stimulated. Not necessarily we will go into quantitative easing because the increase in money supply will also create big impact as far as inflation is concerned. But the thing is we are still in the pandemic stage where the stimulation of economy very much needs this the money that is circulating in our system.
Dr. Montemayor, let me just have a follow-up questions. Kasi ang sabi niyo po, ang monetary policy ninyo na mag-increase ng money supply will only be for the short term. Pero itong pagbibigay ng ayuda, this is dependent on the duration of the pandemic. So how can you make it short term? Yung ayuda, dependent ito kung gaano tatagal yung pandemic.
Well, yes. Alam niyo po, we are on the, I am an optimist. I am very much optimistic about our condition. We are in alert one, but we have to be aggressive in our preventive aspect. No? It is very hard. There is to conclude that only this pandemic contributed, that even before the pandemic, we are already suffering. Now, what I am saying is that just to stimulate the economy, we need this kind of assistance. And if people can now be independent on their own, for example, the MSMEs will already be revived in the near future, there is no need for them to depend or to become parasite with the money of the government. And we have to create, we have to provoke, stimulate also small businesses in order for the people not to depend too much on government's dole-outs. So, yun po, no, short term lang naman, but we really have to help them. No? All over the world, no, ganyan ang ginagawa ngayon, because that is, tandaan po natin, for the economy to be revived, there are three things that are important. Number one is credit. No? The access to money, the discount windows are very important also for small, medium enterprises. And for productivity to be increased as well as growth, you need access to credit. So with credit, we mean not only money, but the openness, the availability, the access to revive our economy.
Dr. Montemayor, we took economics classes together at UST. It's good to see you again, sir. You know very well, when you talk about monetary policy, that's the responsibility of the central bank. I hope that you're not implying that as president, who's in charge of the fiscal policy, that you will interfere with monetary policy of the central bank. That's not what you're saying, I hope, right?
Well, that is not. No. But we have also, as President of the Republic, you have to balance the monetary and the fiscal aspect. No? Fiscal aspect, spending, and also taxation. But the taxation aspect, we have already the train law in place. Except of course, I will take probably a job at the excise tax in gasoline prices, oil prices, and also to initiate efforts at Congress to revert back the credit law, which is very damaging. You see, we are. It is very hard for us to give 230 billion of ayuda to our poor people. But the government is too liberal, giving 350 billion pesos of discounts to big corporations, foreign corporations, 30% to 25%. 5% is too big. And also 25% to 20% to domestic corporations. And all in all, there is a discount of 450 billion in my computation. You see, the government is not aligned with that economic. I don't know if the economists of the government are studying this, but we lost so much in this credit law. About train law, I think the only problem is the VAT on oil.
So you probably noticed toward the end of 2021, when the cases were declining and the economy was reopening ahead of the Christmas season, there was a big surge in GDP growth in the last quarter of last year. So wouldn't that, would you say, give a better argument than what you are proposing, which is ayuda and maybe suspending the excise tax? Wouldn't it be better to simply for the government to simply step back, reopen the economy, and let the market do its magic?
Well, the comparison is not actually equal. On the third quarter of 2021, well, it is true that it is 16.6%. As when you compare it with the third quarter of 2020, the start of pandemic, the impact of pandemic, which is in the negative territory. Now, if you will compute even the 16.6% with that of the pre-pandemic level, we are still in the negative territory of minus 4.4. So that one quarter will not speak of the overall recovery of the government. All governments are recovering naturally because the COVID infection is declining. But you see, the behavior of these viruses is different. For example, we relax too much on the decline of Delta, and yet there arose again another mutation, the Omicron virus, very contagious, even though it is not that serious. So the impact on the economy is too severe that it may result in what we call the U type of recovery, or the L type, which is very damaging. It causes really structural damage as far as our economy is concerned.
Could you talk about your public health policy? I mean, you're the only candidate with, at least the one running for president, with a medical background. You know, let's focus on fiscal policy with regard to public health infrastructure development. What do you plan to do?
Yes, especially now, we have COVID, we have a lot of mutation. You know, the behavior of this virus is unpredictable. Now, what we will emphasize is not the reactive portion, test, trace, and treat. No, we are through with that. We will now go on the preventive aspect. We have to build the immunity of our people, information dissemination, more vitamins, nutritious food. We have to go. Otherwise, we will be in the pandemonium and also on the phenomenology of China, South Korea, and Hong Kong. They relax too much. Now you are seeing millions of cases in China, 150,000 every day of COVID cases in South Korea, and 50,000 every day in Hong Kong. So because they relax, they took it upon themselves that this is just a very ordinary virus. No, we are dealing with an unknown enemy that until now we just know 10% of the nature. Now, in our economic approach to this pandemic, we have to be on the preventive aspect. What are we going to do to build the immunity of our people other than these vaccines, which are still in the experimental stage? Now, we can do a lot of things on the preventive aspect. Now, after not only on the preventive aspect but also on the mitigation aspect, we have to, now that we are on alert one, this is the golden time for us to increase our budget as far as salaries of nurses, salaries of doctors. Our hospitals, we have to improve, be aggressive in giving all the necessary support to our health personnel. Now, we should be on the proactive side in public health care, because public health care is not only affecting the healthcare of our people, but also the overall situation, like our economy, the way we work, and all the aspects, even the way we do our worship is affected.
Okay, good afternoon, Doctor. You stated that you will support the Duterte's administration build program, and then you want to inject money into the money supply through the ayuda. Now, where will you get the funding for this?
Very easy po, no? Actually, yung big items project, tinanong nga ako dun sa CNN debate, tsaka Comelec debate, will you push for... Well, we cannot do anything much more. Why? Because sanctity of contracts, inviolability of contracts. Nakakontrata tayo dyan 10 years, 20 years, bilateral, multilateral treaties. Now, what I am saying is that we have to push through with those good projects, all those big item projects, because we are tied up with the contracts. Now, what we will screen, what we will restrict is the corruption side. There's a corruption in everything. Now, alam niyo po, no, kinumpute ko, no, I told Senator Pinglacson, who is an independent already. Okay, sinabi ko sa kanya, ang COA, 700 billion. Actually, ang ninanakaw ng mga LGUs natin, congressmen, governor, lahat po yan, ang ninanakaw nila is 1.3 trillion. Computing the R side and also the beta aspect of the infrastructure project. Meaning, not only 700 billion ang ninanakaw nila, but 1.3 trillion. Now, alam niyo po yung 1.3 trillion, ibibigay natin sa ayuda 250 billion. 250 billion sa healthcare natin. At yung excess natin pang emergency natin, sa mga contingency measures na pwede natin ibigay. Alam niyo po, i-restrict lang natin, wag na muna tayo mang-utang. 2 trillion ang inutang ni President Duterte, kaya naging 12 trillion tayo ngayon. 2 trillion, pag tinanong mo siya, nasaan? Wala na. So, saan napunta? So, makita mo, face shield, 67 billion at nag-expire daw yung plastic. Saan ka makakakita? 67 billion ninakaw.
So sa inyo pong administrasyon, hindi kayo uutang. Hindi nyo dadagan ang utang ng Republika ng Pilipinas na noong January 2022 ay nasa 12.03 trillion pesos.
Alam niyo po, tama na muna tayo. Kukunin natin yung mga ninakaw. At saka yung mga land grabber dyan. Mga land grabber, ibenta natin yung mga ninakaw din nila. Alam niyo po, maraming bagay, no? Maraming bagay na hindi naman kailangang utang tayo ng utang. Sinabi mismo sa Bible, owe no one. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Tama na muna tayo, no, sa magkakautang. Yung may mga pera pa naman tayo. Be self-sufficient, food security, agriculture. Huwag na muna tayong, pag merong uutang tayo at mag-uutang tayo para mabayaran yung utang. Utang na naman tayo. Hindi pwede, we cannot exist. We cannot exist. At saka we cannot defend our territory, sovereignty. Pag puro utang tayo, for example, China, kaya nagkakaproblema ang mga African nations, alam natin, saka ang Southeast Asian nations, kaya nagkakaproblema sa kanilang bansa dahil sa sobrang utang sa China. So, they already mortgage the future of their children. Now, let us put a stop with that kind of attitude na for us to survive, utang na naman. Mag-uutang tayo para bayaran ng utang.
Doktor, kung baka sakaling magpresidente kayo, papayagan niyo pa ba ang pork barrel system or yung kanyang mutation? Kasi nag-mutate din ito no? Papayag ba kayo na ang kongresista at ang senadores, no, ay magdidip tong fingers nila dito sa budget? According kay Secretary Bellica, 10 to 15% advance payment daw Payag ba kayo nun?
Siyempre po hindi, vicious cycle yan. Kaya maraming yung dynasty. Alam niyo, pag tinanggal mo yung pork barrel, siguro ako na lang ang tatakbo sa buong Pilipinas na senador, congress. Kasi wala nang tatakbo.
Ibig niyo po sabihin yung ibang politiko tumatakbo sa politika dahil may pork barrel.
Hindi ibang politiko, actually lahat ng politiko, except ako, except lahat ng politiko, magnanakaw lahat yan. Kasi, why? Kasi ang nakikita nila, magkano ang tinatanggap, 70 million, ordinary pa lang yan sa mga congressmen, 200 million sa mga senators. Tanggalin niyo yung pork barrel, walang pera, walang sweldo, ako na lang po tatakbo. Hindi na tatakbo yan. Pati yung mga senators, hindi na tatakbo. Bakit? Wala nang pera Money is the driving point for all of these politicians.
Sir, my question now is foreign policy. Kasi kung kayo ay maging presidente, kayo ang magiging chief architect ng ating foreign policy. Sa inyong 10-point agenda, meron kayo ditong binanggit na holistic approach on West Philippine Sea. Anong ibig sabihin niyo ng holistic approach?
Well, ang holistic approach, for example, yung holistic approach, wag lang yung nakasenter sa pera. For example, I will cut our diplomatic relation with China. Alam niyo po, alam niyo ba?
Sir, let me clarify. You will cut our diplomatic relations with China.
Correct. Upon assumption in the first week. Alam niyo kung ba, 241 protest na tayo laban sa incursion ng China. Kung talagang kaibigan mo, kung talagang partner mo, lolokohin ka ba ng ganyan? Gusto mo ba lolokohin ka? Siyempre hindi. They are not taking us seriously. Itong si Secretary Locsin at Secretary Lorenzana, pinagtatawanan lang ni Xi Jinping. Alam nyo, pag kinat natin ang diplomatic relations, now they will listen.
Sir, why do you think that China will listen if we cut their diplomatic relations with them when in terms of trade, mas dependent tayo sa China rather than the other way around? For example, sir, let me give you an example. Noong Scarborough Shoal standoff, ang China hindi lang it imposed some soft sanction on our banana industry, and our banana industry actually floundered. So what can you just imagine, sir, the risk of cutting off diplomatic relationship with China?
Alam niyo po, hindi tayo nag-exist for China. This is a question of opportunity cost. Kung hindi kukuha ang China, marami pang kukuha. Japan, or well, depende, i-expand natin ang ating economic policy. Alam niyo po, pag ang isang tao, complain tayo ng complain, tapos pinagtatawanan lang tayo, alam niyo po, the best thing to do is to cut. We mean serious business. Hindi pwede yan. We can go with other countries. We can join other agreements, other security agreements, economic agreements. We can expand that. Tandaan nyo, we do not exist as Filipinos in order to be parasite with China. No. Tandaan nyo po, kaya nga tinawag na international trade, globalization. Because we are not only dependent on China, we can depend on other countries like the middle powers, Australia, Japan, we have India. We can be friends with other nations. Kagaya ng sa Amerika, no? Alam niyo, matagal na tayo niloloko rin ng Amerika, no? Mutual Defense Treaty, EDCA, BFA. Alam niyo po, tinuturo ko rin sa law school yan, ano? Tinuturo ko rin sa Master of Law. Alam niyo, matagal na tayo niloloko. Pagpasok pa lang ng mga inchik dito, wala, deadma lang naman sila eh. No? But it does not necessarily mean na magiging kalaban natin. No. We have to be friends with other nations, not only economically but also militarily. We will be friends with many other countries like Australia, India also, US. We have to expand our friendship, our relations with other countries. That is the holistic approach. Not only China, not only US, but other countries as well.
Well, this is a monumental statement that you have made to propose to cut off diplomatic relations with China. Does this mean that we shall continue to be the tail of the American kite?
No, not necessarily. Alam niyo po, una-una, cutting diplomatic relations does not necessarily mean war. Second, hindi naman ibig sabihin na pupunta tayo sa Amerika. We can stand on our own, but we can be friends. For example, security arrangement with AUKUS, with Quad, we can strengthen our relation with the ASEAN. We will no longer be on the economic side of the ASEAN, but also militarily.
Sir, if we cut off diplomatic relations with China, it is a step closer to war, because when diplomats stop talking, then you have to start preparing your army for war. And then, as you mentioned here, sir, you're mentioning military solution already. You said that with ASEAN, we will forge military relationship with them. You mentioned another military arrangement, which is Quad. So, are you now, because for you, we have to cut off diplomatic relations. So, during your term, is our main approach towards China will be governed by the military solution?
Well, not necessarily. When you cut, because we have already 241 protests against China, and yet they do not want to hear from us all those protests. They are just laughing at our back. Now, what I am saying is that cutting diplomatic relations will not automatically. We are not automatically saying to them that we are at war. No, there are a lot of countries in the whole world where we do not have any relation. That does not necessarily mean that we are declaring war.
But sir, that's different from cutting an existing diplomatic relationship and, establishing a new one.
Yeah, further to that, Sas, no? Whenever we visit Moscow, always there is, repeatedly, they declare that they also want to pivot to Asia. But they're not quite as blatant as the US declaring so without any beef. Okay, and I think, Dr. Montemayor, you heard my question to Calyodi earlier about the news that Vladimir Putin will have a state visit here in the country. So does that mean that if you propose cutting diplomatic relations with China, that you are open to engaging Russia's pivot to Asia, or particularly to us, especially since it wants a status of forces agreement with us to train with our military?
Well, I haven't heard about that. But if that is the case, I will not only entertain Russia, but all countries who want to have relations with us. And cutting our diplomatic relations will not necessarily during my administration, not to resume it again, not to continue it again. No? Well, we want them to listen to us. Meaning, if you will cut it now, maybe after 6 months, we can begin again another diplomatic rounds with them. So, meaning, this is a continuing relation. Foreign relations is not only, remember that Japan and the United States, they are enemies in World War II. And yet they are best of friends now. So there is no permanency. There is no permanency in being opposite on the opposite ends.
Sir, if we cut diplomatic relations with China, meron tayong mga OFW sa China. So sino ang kanilang pupuntahan kung sasarado natin ang ating embahada sa China?
Well, sinabi ko nga po, temporary lang. Alam nyo, wala naman tayong embahada sa Taiwan. Pero marami rin tayong OFW doon. So, anong ibig sabihin na? Hindi naman ibig sabihin na ang embassy nag-exist for our people. Actually, nag-exist ang embassy. That is a structural relationship. Na merong mga OFW na wala naman tayong embassy. Di po ba? Maraming bansa sa buong mundo na wala namang embassy ang Pilipinas, pero may OFW. So if that can happen to other countries, why not in China? So wag naman po kayong mag-aalala, yung mga nagmamahal, yung mga China file, wag naman kayong masaktan, no? Alam niyo po, mahal din natin ang China. Pero ang tunay na pagmamahalan, walang halong kalokohan.
Okay, no? Doktor, sana lang Alam mo, noong January 29 to February 1, 2022, itong taon, itong barko, warship ng China, with number 792, naglinger sa Sulusi. At pinaalis ito, challenge ng BRP Antonio Luna. Kung kayo po ay presidente, President Montemayor, what would you do?
Alam niyo po, Kapampangan ako, no? Maya pabengi po ko rin Kapampangan. Alam niyo po, Kapampangan ako, pag meron pumasok ka sa territory namin, we will start assuring ba? Kasi pumunta ka sa aming teritoryo. No?
It's a shooting war.
Well, hindi naman ako magde-declare pero lahat ng incursion na nandun, siyempre papatayin natin. Kasi pupunta ka sa aming lugar, no, na bawal naman. Kahit tayo pupunta tayo ng walang pasabi sa kanila, necessarily kaya nangyari sa yung Vietnam at saka China, nagpatayan sila because of the incursion in their territory. So if that will happen in my sa time ko po, kung loloobin ng Panginoon na ako ay maging presidente, well, I will not hesitate na ako mismo ang babaril.
I congratulate you for such bold declaration. I hope China is listening. China, please listen.
Pero sir, ganito maganda binanggit mo yan, Attorney Rex Suplico, yung incursion ng Chinese warship dyan sa Sulu Sea. And I think ang lingid sa ating kaalaman, the United States, part of its FONOPS or Freedom of Navigation Operations, kasama dyan ay ang pag-challenge ng ating claim sa Sulu Sea as part of our internal water, as part of archipelagic water. So meaning, hindi lang talaga China yung pumupunta dyan, yung hindi nagsasend ng warship dyan, kundi United States din. They send their navies in a lot of maritime areas in order to challenge what the United States say as excessive maritime claims. So kung yung nakita ninyo ay US Navy warship dyan sa Sulu Sea, will you also start a shooting war?
Well, iba po yan. Alam niyo po, meron tayong Mutual Defense Treaty, meron tayong Visiting Forces Agreement, meron tayong EDCA. We cannot compare the two. Tandaan nyo, ang mga Amerikano may bases before. No? And kahit na wala na silang physical bases, we have a continuing relationship with them. Not only economically but also militarily. Now, we cannot say the same with that of China. No? Tandaan natin, ang China, ang pagkita ng marami, kaaway natin. We have to admit that we are in an informal battle with territorial claims. No? Ngayon, kaya hindi natin pwedeng masita ang Amerika. Ang mga Amerikano kasama natin ng World War II. Ang mga Amerikano kasama natin sa iba-ibang bagay. Nakaka-apekto pa rin sa atin yung gano'n. Ang pagtingin natin sa kanila ay kaibigan pa rin. 6 million Filipinos are in the United States. Tandaan natin, no? Pero ang sinasabi ko, ang mga, tingnan niyo po, ang mga Pilipino ba, pag pumunta sa China, magiging citizen ng China? Hindi. Pero maraming Pilipino ngayon, citizen na US citizen. So tingnan mo, no, culturally, religious grounds, spiritual grounds, economic grounds, iba yung relation natin sa Amerika with that of China. So there is no need to compare those.
Last question, Dr. Montemayor. I don't know why we're focusing so much on China. There are other claimant countries in the disputed areas, Vietnam, Malaysia, Taiwan, Brunei. Are we going to cut diplomatic ties with all of those countries? Baka walang matira.
Hindi po, alam niyo po, no, iba naman tong ugali ng mga inchik, ano. Tingnan mo na lang ang kagulangan, no, dito na lang sa Pilipinas, no. Yung mga hindi masyado nagbabayad ng tax dito at saka konti binabayad, Chinese din, no. So, makikita, tingnan nyo, wala naman taga Brunei dito na may kakilala akong businessman. Tingnan nyo, maraming claimant countries, totoo yan. Pero sino yung mahilig magkaroon ng incursion? Tingnan nyo, you look at the internal and also implied manifestation. No? Yung tandaan natin, maaaring ang isang tao, hindi niya sinasabi pero ginagawa niya. So there are many things that are expressly shown, there are many things that are impliedly given. Kagaya ng China, 2 weeks ago, meron na namang incursion. Ano ibig sabihin yan? They are not respecting us. Now, pag kinat natin ang relationship, you should listen to us. Kasi sa susunod, we will do other things other than stopping or cutting the diplomatic relation.
Well, I hate to interrupt, but we've neared the 1 hour mark, and unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions. But Dr. Attorney Jose Montemayor, thank you so much. We will give you the floor for your closing remarks.
Maraming salamat po, mga kababayan. No? Magising na tayo. Tanggalin nyo lang yung false Asia at saka SW sex. Ano? Yun ba yan? I'm sorry, no? Ito namang false Asia at saka SW sex. Huwag na kayong maglabas ng inyong mga, alam mo, do not mind condition the Filipino voter. Tandaan nyo, mautak ang Filipino voter. Kayo ng mga politician, number 1 daw isa, number 2, the fight of colors, wala pong kulay ang pagmamahal ng Pilipino. Tandaan natin, we have to be united. Ang unang hindi yung bumoto sa akin, but to be united in prayer for our nation. Maraming salamat po sa SMNI, the best platform for debate. Kaya po ako, nagpapasalamat ako. Actually, pinorse ko ang sarili ko dito. No? Hindi ako na-invite. Ano? Pinorse ko po, pero even with that, I still recognize that this is the best debate platform, SMNI. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Attorney Jose Montemayor, and to our panelists. Our candidate as a doctor and as a lawyer had to field different and difficult questions, including his stance on vaccinations, pork barrel, and the always difficult issue of diplomatic relations. Don't go away. Ang susunod natin na sasalang ay isang kandidato na dating Defense Secretary. Pangarap niya para sa ating bansa ang maging first world country. Alamin natin paano niya planong gawin ito. The Deep Road, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview will be back.
na mga pangako, marami sa atin na nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo na ang pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang namatakbo. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulay sigurad magagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang namatakbo.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagpili ang iyong boto sa halagang 500 piso. Katumbas naman ng ilang sentimo ang dignidad mo. Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na iwawadas. Kaya't maging mapanood sa wastong pagpili. Huwag sayangin ang kita sa daliri.
Ating responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa. Asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang namatakbo.
Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagpili ang iyong boto.
Ituloy ang pagbabago.
We don't need to explain because truth needs no justification. We are not afraid because the truth will always win. When we ask questions, it's always for the good of all. We question to build, not to break. We question to clarify, not to confuse. We question to protect, not hurt. Truth hurts, but it heals. Tune in to SMNI, where truth is free. SMNI, defining true press freedom.
watching The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. Kilalanin na natin ang ating next presidential candidate at alamin natin kung paano niya haharapin ang iba't ibang problema ng bansa.
Naging National Security Advisor at Defense Secretary noong Arroyo Administration, kung saan pinangunahan ang usaping pangkapayapaan sa pagitan ng gobyerno at ng mga rebelde. Ngayong halalan, sasabak para maging susunod na Pangulo ng Bansa, tangan-tangan ang iba't ibang reforma para sa ikauunlad ng Pilipinas.
Kaya structural changes sa political system, ang unahin ko, huwag nating ipatong sa balikat ng mga maliliit ang malaking problema na hinaharap ng bansa. Ako po, inaalay ko ang aking sarili upang ibigay ang aking mga karanasan sa loob ng 6 na taon. Ihahanda natin ang sambayan ng Pilipino para ang ating direksyon ay patungo sa pagiging first world.
Mula sa Partido Demokratiko Sosyalista ng Pilipinas, Norberto Borja Gonzales.
Thank you and good evening, Secretary Gonzales. To our panelists, you may now start asking questions.
Yes, good afternoon, Secretary Byrd, a personal friend and a colleague. I think I may shift away from foreign policy trajectory as before, and I would like to focus on political reform, which is so close to my heart. I think you know that for so many decades now, I've been pushing structural reforms, which are supposed to engender behavioral change. In the additional handout that we got from you, you talked about a presidential parliamentary hybrid. Can you elaborate on what this looks like?
Well, this is more, if you are looking for models, probably France and even Malaysia. What I'm thinking is, well, this will be a discussion among our people. I am for a parliamentary system, but I'm not certain whether we would want our president to still be elected nationally or not. That's why I'm still looking in the possibility of a hybrid, that we may have a president that our people may want to elect themselves, rather than just have a prime minister in a parliamentary system. That's why I put there in our program the possibility of a hybrid, but doesn't mean it will be a hybrid. I'd like to take this up with our people.
But if you adopt the French political system, indeed the prime minister is almost like, we don't even know who he is right now. We just know Macron. But I guess if we shift to our parliamentary system, because you said here that you want either a pure parliamentary system or the hybrid, which I wanted some elaboration on. But I think in a pure parliamentary system, you really don't pay attention to the chief of state, but you pay attention to the head of government, who is the premier. And I think we've had some discussions on this, that if you want some continuity in government, then you go for the pure, which is you can have the premier for as long as he has the majority in the House. Much longer than the 2,000 days.
That's where my heart is actually. But I just want to see the sentiment of our people, because we have been so used to electing a president. Let's see. Maybe with more explanation, more discussions with them, maybe we can really show them, because a pure parliamentary system will give us a leader that's really working. That to me is ideal, actually.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Secretary, what would you say to the skeptics who say that it doesn't really matter? I mean, so long as we have the same political dynasties lording over Philippine politics, all you will have really is a change in the system, but the characters will remain the same.
Well, depends on how we build parties and how we take that seriously. Right now, and you see, let's probably define a little bit what we mean by political dynasty. I think the really harmful political dynasty is when a family decides to make governing the nation as their business. That's where they get their money, and you see that an entire family, before you only say husband and wife, then suddenly you have all the brothers, the sisters, and now even the apos. Tuloy-tuloy na. And then when you see that they're not doing anything else except attempting to control a particular province or a particular city or town, and making it as their business, monopolizing politics in that particular part of the country, that to me is bad dynasty. But sometimes you cannot prevent one or two members of the same family to be occupying some positions in government. And they were there because they are competent, that they have not really engaged themselves in trying to control a particular unit in our elected officials. That, I think, can be corrected in the kind of political parties that we will form. I don't know. It's very difficult to think of the future when we look at our political parties today. That's why I was saying to our people in my own party, the Philippine Democratic Socialist Party, that let's not be like the other parties. Because the other parties are not really parties. They're electoral machineries that normally surface during election time. Let's have real parties. So if I would be in office, I will create institutes to train new politicians for our people. Let's see. I'm very weak in the polls. Sometimes there's really this feeling of discouragement. But, never mind that. What is important is I go to the people, group by group. I don't go for those huge rallies. What you see, there is noise and music and all of that. But there's really no dialogue that happens with our people. But when you do, especially with our young people, there seems to be a redirection in the sentiment of our people today. You remember charter change, for example. In the recent past, at least three presidents away, the charter change has become a very dirty word. We don't like to hear charter change. We always connect it with the president wanting to stay longer. That is why our people never really like this. But today, I'm very surprised. Everybody accepts charter change. Especially when Dr. Carlos started writing about it. He has a very big following, by the way. And when he said, charter change, parliamentary system, wow. This is something different happening among our people today. They're beginning to accept it.
Secretary Gonzales, for starters, would you consider a bill and certify it as urgent on turncoatism? Say 6 months before the elections, you cannot change parties. Would you consider that?
What I know of political parties and what I know of authentic politicians, changing a party is a matter of life and death. It's just like changing a religion that you have been so used to since childhood. That to me is a real political party. Those to me are real politicians when they feel that way. I have hope. I have seen it in the eyes of our people today. They can be this kind of politicians. We can have this kind of political parties. It is the responsibility of us leading this nation to introduce these new ideas to our people. That's why turncoatism, I don't think we need a law. It's a commitment, like a religion. I have seen it in other countries, changing parties in other countries. Pag may bumaliktad na pamilya, iniiyakan eh. It's just losing a member of the family. That to me, and that's why ako, sabi ko nga, yung mga nag-change ng political parties, makikita ng taong bayan natin yan. Mahahalata yan.
Well, in the Philippine setting, political survival is more important than party loyalty. Would you say that is a correct statement? Now,
political parties are really not in the equation of our politicians today. They don't care. I was really a bit, I don't want to talk about other candidates, no? I was just surprised in this election suddenly, yung mga political parties na, sorry to say, I apologize, wala naman laman yun eh. Di ba? Hindi mo nga alam kung may direksyon, may ideology pa. You don't know. These political parties, I know. I recognize some of the political parties that are surfacing in this election today. These are campaign machineries, more attached to a particular person. Doesn't care about philosophy, ideology. Those are not stated at all. I have been waiting to hear, philosophy of society, what kind of society shall we have, where are we going, what kind of economic direction should we have. I've been trying to hear these things. I will confess, I really don't want to run in this election. When you begin to be exposed into the myriad of problems that we are facing, it's kind of difficult to imagine yourself being there in Malacanang. Very difficult.
So since you don't want to really run in the elections, as you say, what is it that you want people to realize about you, or what is the message you want to convey, if that is the more important agenda in your campaign?
Well, to me, it's less of me. I was unfortunately exiled for 4 years in Europe during the dictatorship. I saw how politics, is practiced in the most advanced countries, the most humane societies in the world. You see the kind of politicians they have. They really don't talk about themselves. You don't know who are their children, their wives, nothing. They talk about ideologies. They talk about policies. They talk about analysis of what's going on in the world, what's going on in their countries, what is happening to their people. This is the discussion I encountered in Europe. I was very thankful to Marcos because he chased me, forced myself to be exiled in Europe for 4 years. And my God, what have I seen there politically? You're asking me why I'm running today. I think this is the first opportunity I have that I can more or less tell our people there's another way of politicking. I remember a friend from Sweden. He told me, the way you campaign will determine or show how you will govern. To me, I take that very, very seriously. That is why the way I'm campaigning will already show how we will govern, how social democrats will attempt to make a better future for our people.
So, again, sorry.
It's okay.
Since you say that you're reluctant to run and you're frustrated by what you see, would there be any other candidate that you think will deserve your endorsement or support in the campaign?
Hirap sagutin niya. mahirap talaga. I was asked a similar question. Sabi niya, sino ba kalaban mo? Sabi ko, when I was filing my candidacy, I declared that the reason why I'm campaigning is because during my almost a decade in office, I have observed that our political system and the way we behave in our campaigns, the kind of politicians we have, this is really what hinders us from moving forward as a people, as a nation. This is what is hindering us to be a better nation, to be more advanced. Our politicians. You see, I feel very bad about this because during my 9-10 years in office, I have gone around the country. I have met many politicians, you remember, we're in the Congress, we're meeting all local presidents. We have very bright people in the local government, in the houses of Congress, bright, well-educated, sons and daughters of prominent families. You meet them, you talk to them. Wow, they're very good people. They're very intelligent. But then when they engage in our politics, they rob our country, they fool our people, they cheat. Why? This is what I'm saying. Why do I want to change the political culture and system of our politics? Because if you have very bright young people entering our politics and destroying, in fact, they're destroying them, why are we not changing this system? We have to change the system. Otherwise, we will never see the kind of leaders that we need. Iba dapat sana yung system, yung bang when you enter it, lalo ka nagmamahal sa bayan, lalo mong iniisip ko anong gagawin para sa lipunan, yung gayong nai-encourage ka. In fact, I'm now afraid that our politicians are failing in making us feel love of country. Very fundamental, very important. Then I was asked, sa tingin niyo ho ba yung mga inchik mas nagmamahal sa bayan nila kaysa sa atin? Because I was asking, hindi naman. Hindi naman. Sabi ko, palagay ko, yung ating mga namumuno sa lipunan, ang ating mga politiko, hindi binibigyan ng pagkakataon ng ating sambayanan para ipamalas ang pagmamahal sa bayan. Because we never really talk about it, nor discuss about it, nor challenge our people to love their country. We don't.
Secretary Gonzales,
I'm sorry, I'm becoming emotional.
we appreciate that
Sorry.
show of raw emotions. Diba? Kakaiba naman yung genuine flow of concern for our country. And speaking of your concern for our country, your dream is for the Philippines to become a first world country.
Yes.
Ngayon, meron po ba kayong bansa na gusto nyong i-emulate ng Pilipinas sa pagiging first world country? Kasi iba ang mga first world countries din, iba-iba din ang kanilang kalagayan. So para sa inyo, sino pong bansa yung napupusuan ninyo na pwedeng tularan ng Pilipinas?
The Nordic countries. I am admirer of Nordic countries. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland. I don't know. This kind of first world country, I remember bringing Butch Aquino. If you remember Butch Aquino, the brother of former our martyr, I brought him to Sweden. And we were invited by the Foreign Affairs Minister to have dinner in her house. She's a woman. So we went and we knocked at the door. And then suddenly there's a woman there opening the door with her apron. Said, please come in. She's the foreign minister, and she's washing her dishes and preparing the table for the two of us. And I saw the shock in the face of Boots. And she said, come on. Hey, Boots, help me. We prepared the table. The simplicity. That's why Boots, immediately, alam mo sabi niya, Bert, when we go home, I want to be a SOCTEM. Just because of this show of simplicity. You know that Olof Palme of Sweden was murdered in the street of Stockholm because he escaped his guards, brought his wife to a movie. She was murdered. He was murdered because he left his bodyguards. They're simple people. You know, I saw ministers riding trains. You know, I don't know, the Swedes told me, the Norwegians told me, you know, someday you might become head of state in your own country. Said, you know, we want you to see, we want you to learn. You know, parliament, for example, in these countries is not full-time. Only so many times in a year do they meet. They have their own jobs, they're ordinary people. But to review and to make laws, they assemble. You know, you will be amazed at this is what I have admired, the simplicity of these people. You know?
Secretary Gonzales, I think I can relate to you kasi I have lived in Europe for over a decade. At ang party kasi ng kultura na yan is, the rich and the poor intermingle. And then sabi nga namin na if you're in the Nordic countries and even in the Netherlands, you wouldn't know who is rich or poor by just simply looking at them. Kasi they mix in the same public places, they almost eat in the same restaurants, etc. So sa inyong palagay po, paano natin, kasi gusto nyong maging parang Sweden tayo, na kung saan ang mayaman at mahirap ay walang social cleavage ba?
You see.
Ano yung sa tingin yung pwedeng gawin ng Pilipinas para magkaroon ng ganoong kultura na kung saan ang mahirap at mayaman ay hindi magkahiwalay ng ginagalawan sa lipunan?
You know, this is one of the most popular ideas. You know, I go to our people now consulting, going to the all kinds, and I test the kind of programs we will adopt. One of the most popular, and I'm telling my colleagues in the campaign, please, if you can adopt this, good, because we need this to happen in our country, especially those baka manalo. You see, I said, you know, when we look at our educational system, for example, this is where this societal divide in our country is most evident. Sabi ko, yung pagkakahiwalay ng mayaman at mahirap is very evident in our educational system. We have an educational system for the rich and we have an educational system for the poor. I said, why can't we have a common standard? Rich, poor. Pareho lang ang standard. I'm glad you're here because I will consult you. Yes, because we talked about this last time, remember? Yung anong tawag dito sa Constitution? Yung
complementarity.
Complementarity. This is very important in our Constitution. We will talk to our private sector and public sector. Kasi sa private sector, baka kulang na ng pera. Baguhin natin batas, bigyan natin ng pera yung private sector sa education para tumaas ang standard. Yung public, wala tayong problema dyan. It's a matter of really determining how important education is to us. Itataas mo na, ile-level mo yung funding ng dalawa. And then, I would want to see public educators and private. Dr. Carlos, you have to be there. Wag ka munang mamamatay. I'm sorry.
Bert,
you know,
Bert, there are only educators. You know, the adjective private and public really should not apply to educators. They're just involved in the philosophy of learning. But yes, not to rain on your parade, I wish we were Sweden. But Sweden has only ilang piraso lang sila doon, no? And we are 110 million piraso.
Yeah.
So I wish you were more Machiavellian because I really love the future that you are designing for us.
Well, I have a Dr. Palafox in the audience. For example, we discussed one time, we discussed Singapore. Dr. Palafox is dreaming of several Singapores in the country. Sabi ko, yes, let's have regional autonomy so that we can have better administration.
Yeah.
Sabi ko, yung mga region na yan, lalagyan ni Dr. Palafox yan ng Singapore cities. Then we can manage properly. Di ba? It's a matter of design. It's a matter of, kaya kailangan, ang pinaka-importanting puntos dito is once and for all, our decision makers make a determined, deliberate decision to remove this divide between rich and poor when it comes to education. We should love our children, think of their future. We give them one standard of education. That's first move. What is the second move? The second move is, for example, I was thinking maybe we can ask our ambassadors now, hey, where you are assigned, determine, look for the best university you can find in that country. We will ask that they recommend it to us. We will relate, we will make agreements, memorandum of agreements to all the best universities you can find in the world. We will bring it here. Unless we give our young people the best education you can find in the world, we cannot dream of becoming first world. We cannot dream of becoming first world. Let's accumulate all the knowledge that the world can give. Let's do this. And then, alam nyo yung pinaka-popular? Pag nahandan ako sa mga squatters area, ang sinasabi ko, sino ang mga magulang dito? Sino ang mga lola, mga lolo? Sabi ko, itong ginagawa natin, yung iniisip natin para sa ating mga kabataan, this will be very expensive for government. But why not? Why not? This is our future. Kayong mga magulang, kayong mga lolo at lola, meron kayong assignment. Meron kayong assignment. Hindi yung tumutulong sa homework, ha? Hindi yan. Meron kayong assignment. What is that? You must supervise your children. Yung mga lola at lola, lalo yung mga stricto, must supervise our young people. Tell them, mag-aral kayong mabuti. Hindi biro itong ginagawa ng pamahalaan natin ngayon for you. Study well, and in everything you do, aspire for excellence. Lagi, kung pwede kayong lahat, sana lahat magiging valedictorian, sabi ko, pero hindi pwede. Hindi pwede, but this is it. This is one
Thank you,
move.
Secretary Gonzales.
Sorry.
We'll have to interrupt you for now. But I think as Filipinos, we all share the same dream of having a first world country for the Philippines.
Karen,
we'll be
just
back.
1 minute because we will lose momentum when I raise the question after.
Professor Carlos will be back because I have been getting 3 notices already of needing a commercial break.
Okay, but let's not forget that.
Yes,
Get back.
definitely. It's good we're leaving at the cliffhanger. So don't leave us. For all of you viewers out there, we'll be back at the Deep Probe SMNI Presidential Interviews.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga leksyon.
Sino ang dapat na magpatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan? Sino ang dapat na mailuklok sa kapangyarihan?
Dapat may paninindigang ipagpatuloy ang laban kontra insurhensya at iligal na droga.
Matapang, ngunit may puso, may malasakit, handang magpatawad, tagapagtaguyod ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa.
Handang isakripisyo ang meron siya, mapunan lang ang kakulangan ng iba. Ang pulso ng taong bayan, nasa sa kanya.
Mautak, madiskarte at alam ang saklaw ng batas. May konkretong solusyon sa bawat problema, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya.
Kilalanin mo ang iyong iboboto. Aralin ang plataforma. Paano ito isa sa katuparan at patatagalin? Suriin ang track record.
Sawa na tayo sa puro forma at salita. Ang kailangan natin ang magpapatuloy sa pagbabagong natatamasa ng sambayan ng Pilipino.
May malakas na paninindigan sa tama, hindi magtataksil sa bayan at hindi tayo ipagpapalit sa kahit anuman.
Matapat at hindi magnanakaw, hindi sarili, kundi ang interes ng bayan ang inuuna.
May political will, totoo ang serbisyo at handang ibigay ang lahat. Matugunan lamang ang mga isyu na kinakaharap at kakaharapin pa ng bansa.
Bilang botante, nasa atin ang responsibilidad na ihalal ang nararapat. Isa itong desisyon para sa nakararami, kaya't pag-isipang mabuti.
Huwag magpadala sa kasikatan at sabi-sabi. Ikaw mismo ang kumilatis. Tandaan, nakasalalay sa desisyon mo ang magiging kinabukasan ng bansa. Kaya, maging matalino.
Maliban sa totoo, dapat may karanasan at kapasidad na mamuno.
Hindi ka mabibili, kaya huwag kang magpapabayad. Bigyang dangan ang iyong boto.
Katuwang niyo ang SMNI sa isang malinis at patas na eleksyon. Dahil dito, siguradong balitang totoo.
Ibibigay namin sa inyo mga impormasyong tama. Tuloy ang pagbabago kahit sa pagbabalita.
Sama-sama po tayo tungo sa bagong bansa. Piliin ang magpapatuloy sa mga programang nasimulan ng administrasyon.
Ituloy.
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 Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy. Ituloy.
Ituloy
ang pagbabago.
Pagod ka na ba? Pahinga ka muna. Sige lang, hinga lang ng malalim. Palipasin muna ang dilim. Mag-ipon ka muna ng lakas. Dahil sasabak ka na naman bukas, ituloy mo lang ang laban. Kahit dahan-dahan, ituloy lang ang laban. Kahit mabagal, huwag kalimutang magdasal. Huwag kang susuko, huwag kang hihinto. Kita-kita tayo hanggang sa dulo. Kayang-kaya natin ito ipanalo.
Sound check. Kapag ako ang nanalo, sisiguraduhin kong may pagbabago.
Laki ako sa hirap, kaya naiintindihan ko kayo.
Sawa na tayo sa baluktot na pamamahala.
Pag ako binoto nyo, wala nang maghihirap.
Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. Earlier, the candidate, Secretary Norberto Gonzales, and our panelists was having a very deep interview and discussion about how to make the Philippines a first world country. And so, before I interrupted, Professor Carlos had a question. So Professor Carlos, I'll let you start.
Yeah, actually, I didn't want to be interrupted because when you're 75 like me, when you interrupt me, I forget, you know? So I have to write down what I was going to ask Bert earlier. So, Zach Bert, you said that I like the idea of getting, getting the ambassadors to identify the best universities. But it's not really the universities, it's really the best professors, and they can be anywhere. All right, you bring them here, and they design their syllabi and so on, and meet with our young people. But there is another thing that I'd like to point out as a local academic. Please make sure what you pay them is not 10 times my salary as a local academic.
Well, what will happen is that, really, you are correct. We cannot have that dichotomy, especially when it comes to salaries. I am hoping that by a certain period, we can say that our domestic teachers, professors, when it comes to knowledge and training, will be on par with those in the rest of the world. What I want to see is an interaction. It's not just we're saying, ay, huwag nung papuntahin dito yung mga yan. Anong tingin mo sa mga local? Mahina ba? Let's face it, it's not that they are mahina. It's just that they didn't have the kind of opportunity that those guys from abroad got. But we will try to put this, a mix. Hindi naman tayong papayag na forever and ever, mga foreigners lang ang magtuturo sa ating mga kabataan. I'm talking of an intermediate period. And yes, bibigay ko talaga sila ng 10 times the salary that you receive. But you will get the same amount. Kailangan ganun talaga ang appreciation natin ng teachers. Same salaries. Maybe even higher your local. But with one precondition to our local teachers and professors. Please be willing to study some more. Learn also what the world is offering us. Because yung mga professors natin, mga teachers natin, whether we like it or not, whether you like it or not, kayo susundin ng mga estudyante natin eh. What you give is what they will have. Kaya kailangan yung upgrading natin. I'm saying we upgrade. When we say we upgrade the quality of education and the kind of education that our young people will have, this also goes with the teachers and the professors. Lahat mag-aaral. Lahat. We need to build this. And don't tell me it will take too long. No. Sandali lang yan. Baka 3-5 years. Nagsisimula ng mahalata na medyo gumaganda na yung kalidad ng ating pag-iisip dito sa Pilipinas.
Secretary, I want to shift a bit and talk about security and national defense. I mean, that's your strong suit given your background in the portfolios held in previous governments. I want to merge that with your dream of making the Philippines a first world country. But certainly there are some who may point out that there are certain industries that may need national protection because they are vital to security. Could you talk about that? How we balance those interests and what those industries, what industries should be protected?
Well, I would like to deal first on the philosophy behind these industries. Number one, kasi nadinig ko kanina eh, we are not going to have biases, when it comes to those engaged in building the nation. I will not distinguish between rich and poor. No. Our industries, our big capitalists will be protected as usual. All that I want is to expand what we will call the engine of growth of our economy. we will have, of course, some kind of a difference in how we handle, for example, the capitalists, especially during this recovery period. What we will tell them is, we will request our big industries, our big capitalists, the only thing that we will ask from them, I will reach the kind of industries that we will have. Only that I said that during this time, I will request you that instead of distributing your gains in your business to distribute, for example, to your stockholders, I will ask them, please don't do that yet. I will ask you to expand your business instead. If you decide to expand, use your money for expansion, you will have incentives. If you will use it for, giving your money away to your stockholders, I might be forced to ask our government to tax it, so as to encourage expansion rather than, distributing. But we will have to open a fund. I will have to ask our experts here. I will have a very big fund to provide capital to our people. There are so many, I have encountered so many, lalo ngayong pandemic, everybody wants a job, everybody wants to work, everybody wants to earn. And all kinds of businesses are sprouting everywhere. And ang quality medyo patakbuhin. And I think it's the lack of capital that is lacking. Let's create a fund. I was telling our poor, when big industries are failing, they go to government, appeal for help, even ask for sovereign guarantee sometimes. But in the case of our poor, we have plenty of programs to provide them capital. But if you will check the statistics, capital is really not reaching them. Many of them are really not asking for the capital. And when you ask them, why are you not taking advantage of this capital being offered to our micro, macro, little? Why are you not taking advantage of it? Sir, patay na ang negosyo, wala pa yung kapital. Too many requirements. Sabi ko nga, ano bang gusto nyo? And then, popular style ng mga Bombay. I'm not joking. Sabi ko, sino ang nag-tag ng Bombay? Why is it flourishing? The Bombay strategy. Kasi sir, sa Bombay, tiwala lang ang kailangan. Trust, which is very missing in our government. Why are we not trusting our ordinary people? Why? Why are we not trusting them? Okay, I said, kung hindi nagtitiwala sa inyo, ang mga mayayaman sa lipunan, yung gobyerno magtitiwala, we will create a fund, Bombay strategy. If we have to guarantee that fund, we should guarantee that. Eh sabi ko nga doon sa mga nagsasabi na maraming maliliit na negosyo, I just tell them, I will only require you 2 things. First, magbabayad kayo ng utang ha, kundi mapapahiya. 2, you must pay your taxes. You have to understand that taxes is not an obligation to government. Taxes is an investment. It's your investment na binibigay nyo sa gobyerno para gamitin ng gobyerno na pagandahin ang kinabukasan. You must pay your taxes kasi mababa na ang interest. Tapos hindi pa kayo magbabayad ng tax, di lugi. Babawi tayo sa tax. Di ba? Bawi tayo sa tax. Pero yung interest, let's be, ano ngayon, magkano mawawala sa ating kung mga 100 mga sari-sari store owners ang tumakbot, hindi nagbayad. May mga malalaking negosyo na tumatakbo, di ba? Why? Let's trust our ordinary people. Let's give them the capital. Let's cut the red tape.
Secretary, I'm sure you've heard of the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Malaysia. And one of the controversies there was, of course, corruption. And I noticed that in your platform, you also take issue with corruption. So if we create such a large pool of equity, how do we protect it from being pilfered by those in power?
That's why I said, we go forward. We trust our ordinary people. Let's trust them. Let's see. Kasi nanonotice ko na, bakit yung mga Bombay walang tumatakbo eh. Everyday collection. Talaga kitang-kita mo sa mga palengke yan. You see, and they are telling me, Secretary, buti na lang nandito ka. Pinagtitiwalaan mo kami. Kami mga mahirap, marunong kaming magbayad. That is to me a very important, and let's not make, alam mo ako, in my observation, showing what is right and wrong is more important than punishments. No? When you deal with people, what is very important to a society is when authorities show that something is wrong. Ang tumakbo sa utang, masama. It's not necessarily punishing them. We lose lots and lots of money in many things. May mawalan tayo ng kaunti. Nakita naman natin yung paulit-ulit ng pagsisikap ng mga kababayan natin. Their entrepreneurial spirit is far more important than the money. Let's build that kind of people.
Secretary Bert, may katanungan ako. No? I want to shoot two birds with one stone. Internet. Ako po isang franchise and telecom lawyer mula pang 1990. So matagal na po ako doon. Nag-upisa ako sa beepers or pagers. Ewan ko lang kung naalala nyo pa yon.
Yes, I have one.
Naalala nyo pa? Okay po. Ito no, sinabi nyo, kailangan ng first word is education. At kailangan palaguin natin ang negosyo. Lalo ng pandemya, yung maliliit na negosyo, nagbenta through online, di ba?
Yes.
Kaya lang po, no? Ipak may data tayo na correlation ng internet and education. Yung kabataan daw, yung tingin nila sa internet parang ere.
Yes.
Pag walang internet, di sila mabubuhay.
Yes.
At ang negosyo naman, no, ay lumalago. May impact ang broadband speed sa negosyo. Impact po, may empirical data na papakita ang increase ng internet speed nagdo-double, no, ay nagdadagdag ng 0.3 plus sa GDP. At ang penetration naman ang nagdagdag ng 1%. Ay mag-i-increase din, no? 10-point increase sa GDP. Ang katanungan ko po, no, ganito, alam niyo po, limpak-limpak ng pera ang kinikita ng mga telcos. Halimbawa, yung PLDT ay kumita ng 23 billion in 9 months noong 2021. Ito naman ang Globe. Ang Globe po kumita ng 21.2 billion. Net income, ha? Parang net income in 2021. Yet, ang internet natin ay mabagal.
I agree.
Grabe. Mayroon pa kaya strategies para iangat?
Unang-una.
Ito po alam niyo education, naalala niyo po yung sa Bohol, sa taas ng plataforma, yung bata ginawa ng plataforma sa taas ng puno para makaaral ang bata online.
Nakita ko yan kasi nung ako'y na-pandemic, nagtumira ako sa isang mountain village. Alam niyo ba ginagawa ng mga estudyante doon? Yan. Ako nga, umaakyat na rin ako sa puno ng mangga kasi para makakuha ng kaya, di ba? I understand what you're talking about. What we have to question, for example, kumuha tayo ng third telco. What is the basis for choosing this particular telco? Is it the efficiency that you're asking for? Palagay ko, yung lagay sa mga opisyal natin ang naging basis kung bakit napili yung telco na yan. Di ba? You were in Congress. Alam mo, nasa pagpapatakbo ng pamahalaan yan . Kailangan piliin natin yung maayos na service provider na papasok sa Pilipinas. At then we can always tell yung nahandito na, please, kailangan review ng regulasyon ito, review ng kanilang mga lisensya. Alam mo kung minsan, tiniteknika lang natin yung pag-review ng lisensya . We have to do our job. At tingin ko, doon natin titignan mabuti yan. We will not be against any big business in the Philippines. But conduct your business properly and well. Hindi tayo papayag dyan. Huwag tayong matakot na wala tayong pag-asa, corrupt tayo yung sa gobyerno natin, ganun. Alam mo, when I was in government, I never dismissed a single employee in all the offices that I've been. No? I retain all. Pero inaayos mo kung saan sila fit. Doon mo inilalagay, inaayos mo lang yan. Hindi ka nagtatanggal. But, alam mo ang bureaucracy natin, katakot-takot ang nag-aral sa abroad dyan. Hindi natin ginagamit. Natatakot kasi ang nasa taas, siyang may diferensya. Kaya nga yung sinasabi mo na ganyan, I think we could have the fastest internet already.
Yung pumipitik.
Ayun at hindi. Yung example. Alam mo, napansin ko to Sa bagay, hindi pa kasi siguro kayo buhay nung ako'y nandun kay Cory. No? Alam mo, nung kay Cory, alam naman natin na Cory is a very prayerful woman. Di ba? Nagro-rosaryo, nagmimisa. Alam ba nangyari sa bureaucracy ng Pilipinas noong panahon ni Cory? Lahat ng opisina, may statue ni Blessed Mother. Lahat ng politiko natutong magdasal. Bakit? Kasi yung presidente, madasalin Yun. Alam mo, sa Pilipinas, napakalakas ng impluensya ng Pangulo. Napakalakas ng impluensya yung mga nakatataas. Kaya ito, I am thinking, ako, I am running for office, but I'm not running alone. I may not have a senatorial slate, I may not have a vice president, but I'm quietly building a group of people who will take to heart the art of governance, the honesty that it requires, the expertise that is necessary. Kaya kanina, nakita ko si Dr. Palafox, naakap ko Tagal ko na hinahanap yan Kasi yung mga experts natin dapat magsama-sama.
Ito po isang katanungan po pa alam niyo po yung frequency na binibigay sa mga telcos na ginagamit naman natin para sa ating internet. Limitado po yan. Halimbawa, 1 milyon lang ang kaya. Ino-overload nila 5 milyon. So, ang sistema po, ang infrastruktura, bumabagal.
Yeah.
So kayo pa ba kung papalarin maging presidente, would you conduct an operational audit based on their application before the National Telecommunications Commission and tell them, hoy, 1 million lang ang kaya nyo. 1 million lang, period. Yung sobra, suli nyo na.
I will do something simpler. I will call you. I will call you. Alam mo, ganyan talaga Alam mo, maganda sa presidente. No? Talagang kaya mo. Alam mo, ang dami I was there The best minds, experts, they come to you. You open your arms to these people. Welcome. Iyan sinasabi mo. Let's do it. Yung mga iniisip nating maayos, let's do them. Kaya hindi ako masyadong expert dito sa itinatanong mo sa akin. But I'm very happy you're the one asking the question. Kasi I can already see the expertise behind the question. Very important. Pagtulong-tulungan natin to. I agree with you 1,000%. Kailangan pabilisin natin talaga.
Secretary Gonzales, ang itatanong ko po ay tungkol sa inyong anti-insurgency policy.
What? Yeah.
Ang nakalagay po kasi dito ay kung kayo ay magiging presidente, kayo ay open for peace talks pa. Kung ating pong matatandaan, dito, under the Duterte administration, I think this is the first administration that did this experiment of actually allowing members or recommended people of CPP and PA to actually govern. So for the first time in our history, we have, communists and capitalists, etc. in our government. I think even Yusek Badoy was lobbying for one of them to be part of our government. Pero this very generous offer to the CPP, NPA, and DF group actually failed, and we're back to the same game of actually continuing with their game of protracted war. So, is there still sense to continue peace talks, or should we just abandon this idea and then just go for total military victory over them?
It depends on the framework that we will be following. You know, when I entered the peace process, first thing I noticed is that when you look at the agenda for discussion on the peace talks, it is tantamount to establishing a coalition government with the communists. And we know for a fact that coalition governance is just about 1 or 2 steps away from total control. Now, we know that in the scheme of things when you're dealing with the communists, and yet I saw this framework. The first thing I did was when they agreed on a third-party facilitators, I went to Norway. Fortunately, the one in government there and the prime minister is a drinking partner of mine during the old days. So I told him, can you tell your representative to the peace talks that this is coalition governance. We will never agree to a coalition governance wherein a particular party in the coalition arrived there by threatening the nation. You know, you go there if you are elected. Sabi ko, they have to go through the process. What will our people think? What will our people think? That engaging in violence, threatening government and the people is the right way because you become a member of the coalition of government without passing through an election? That cannot be. So I removed that. And the peace talks failed. Nagsara yung peace talks, nagalit yung kalaban. But that is just an example. No? There is something very fundamental that I like to keep insisting. You know, when you do a peace talks, ang nagiging problema natin kasi, during the peace talks, ang galing sa propaganda ng komunista. Itong gobyerno natin pagkahina-hinang magpaliwanag. The peace talks actually is an opportunity for the two sides to explain their side. Dapat nananalo yung gobyerno, hindi nananalo yung komunista. Ako, I keep insisting, there is only one sentence that I want to remove from the strategy of the communists. And I can cite you many examples that it became very beneficial to the society when you give up the sentence. And what is the sentence? I-rephrase ko na lang, baka humaba. The gist of it is that fundamental to the strategy of the communists is their belief that they can only achieve state power by using arms, by engaging in armed struggle. Thus, right after the dictatorship in Spain, that you will probably study this, the labor movements of Spain talk to the communists because the communists is the strongest opposition to the dictatorship in Spain. But because of the pressure of their mass movements, the communists were convinced to lay down their weapons and participate democratically. This was the beginning when the Spanish society boomed, the economy of the society boomed. In Nicaragua.
Thank you, Secretary Gonzales. Unfortunately, we've reached 1 hour of our deep probe interview with you. So I'm constrained to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. But you can continue your story by including that in your closing remarks.
Okay. Am I going to give my closing remarks now?
Yes, Secretary.
I feel very sad because I'm just enjoying myself. I feel very sad. But first, the essentials. Number one, I want to thank SMNI. Really. I was kulelat in the polls. But because of SMNI, there's some hope or some consuelo de bobo. Nagba-viral ako because of SMNI, you know. Number two, very important. Thank you especially to our panelists for raising very good questions. It guides me, it guided me in talking to our people. I want to report to you that I have been visiting the simplest of our people. They appreciate charter change. They are now talking about parliamentary system, autonomous regions. You know, I said, what success do I need? Isa na lang ang sinasabi ko sa kanila, you know, I excite them with all the programs, and towards the end, I will tell them, isa na lang ang problema natin, maliit lang, pag natalo ko, wala lahat yan. Sana po, maintindihan nyo yan. This is history. This is history. That for the first time, we try to explain to our people what the future is, what we can do to reach that future. This is the first time that I'm saying that politics, the political system, needs to be changed. And this is also the first time to have the courage to confront this. I don't know where this is coming from. They keep saying, Secretary, ang talino niyo po. Ang galing niyo po. Sana po kayo na lang ang maging number 2 ni BBM. Imagine that. Di ba? Sabi ko, paano yan? So, please, isipin niyo lang po ang kinabukasan. Yung mga sinabi ko sa inyo, hindi ko po inaakin na galing sa kataliduhan ko yan. Ang tingin ko po nung ako'y nakipag-usap sa ating mga kababayan, yan po ang kanilang pinapangarap. They're dreaming of these changes. Sabi ko, be brave na ipaglaban nyo yung pangarap nyo. So it's not me. It's not really me. It's our dream. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Norberto Gonzales. 1 hour really went by quickly, but with Secretary Gonzales, we were able to cover so many issues, including switching to a parliamentary system of government, how to raise the standard of education in the Philippines, and how to also equalize the society. Now we're down to our last two candidates today. Sa ating pagbabalik, pakinggan naman natin ang dating tagapagsalita ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. He was also a former undersecretary at the Department of Foreign Affairs. Patas na lipunan, gobyernong nararamdaman at matatag na bayan. Yan ang magiging sandigan ng kanyang pamamahala sakaling pala rin siya maging Pangulo ng bansa. Huwag po kayong aalis, magbabalik ang The Deep Road. The SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview.
Matatamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin ang nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo na ang pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilihan, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang namatatawa. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulan ay sigurado magagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilihan, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang namatatawa.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagpili ang iyong boto sa halagang 500 piso. Katumbas naman ng ilang sentimo ang dibdigan mo. Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na iwawadas. Kaya't maging mapanuri sa wastong pagpili. Huwag sayangin ang dita sa daliri.
Maging responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula. Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang namatatawa.
Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagpili ang iyong boto.
Ituloy ang pagbabago.
We don't need to explain because truth needs no justification. We are not afraid because the truth will always win. When we ask questions, it's always for the good of all. We question to build, not to break. We question to clarify, not to confuse.
Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe. At sa ating pagpapatuloy, narito na ang susunod na kandidato na haharap sa ating panelists.
unang naging tagapagsalita ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte bago naglingkod sa Department of Foreign Affairs. Ngayong halalan, susubukang tanganan ang pinakamataas na posisyon sa pamahalaan para paglingkuran ang taong bayan.
Ang plano talaga natin is na gawin talagang mega industry ang agrikultura. Ating bottom lines are not just revenues but also our people.
Patas na lipunan, gobyernong nararamdaman at matatag na bayan. Yan ang sandigan ng kanyang magiging pamahalaan.
Isang siglo Pilipino na kung saan ang mabayan at ang mamamayan ay makatarungan, mapayapa at masaya. A nation worthy of Filipinos and Filipinos worthy of the Philippines.
Tumatakbong Pangulo bilang independent candidate, Ernie Abella.
Good evening, Secretary Abella. You may now sit down. And once again, it's time for our panelists to interview Secretary Abella.
Good afternoon, Secretary Abella, or is it good evening already?
Just about.
Yes, I was looking over the program of government which you had submitted, and a copy of which had been provided us. And I noticed when I did the content analysis of most of your proposals that you seem to have put civil society as pivotal to many, many goals that you want to achieve. Can you elaborate on this, please?
Civil society has become a central aspect of the platform that we've set out for the plain and simple reason that the voice of the people needs to be heard. I see civil society as a balancing force. And also, there is, after all, a worldwide movement where thousands, millions of people are beginning to realize the power that they have within their grasp. At nakikita ng mga tao na meron pala silang kapangyarihan, lalo na sa pagharap ng mga issue tulad ng kahirapan, yung mga issue tulad ng korupsyon, mga issue tungkol ng pagmamahal ng bayan. At nakikita ko na mahalaga yung struktura, no? Yung pagbabago ng struktura tulad na napag-usapan kanina. Pero mahalaga rin na ang bago yung labas ay yung loob. At nakikita ko na kailangan may mabago sa Pilipino at susunod din ang pagbabago ng bayang Pilipinas.
Secretary,
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
in one of the interviews you did, I hope I'm remembering the figures correctly, you said that the President of the Philippines appoints something like 6,000
Yes.
people in the bureaucracy. And if that figure is correct, that's, I think, double or nearly triple the number of appointees that the United States President has. Why is that important? And in the context of what you're saying about civil society, and if I understand it correctly, decentralized government.
The appointed positions are very important for the plain and simple reason that one key issue in governance is competence. No, mahalaga mahalaga na makapaglagay tayo ng tao na may alam, may energy, at saka meron din integridad. Manipis yung manipis yung aking mga kakilala. I have a very shallow bench. Of course, I have enough friends and all that. But I find that it is, the one reason why those appointed positions are very important is because a lot of things get hampered by the fact that there are not enough competent people pushing the agenda of the administration.
Why was that not possible during this administration, and what would it take in the next government?
You know, thank you for asking that question. We're actually preparing an app where people can actually apply, you know, maybe from undersecretary down or from assistant secretary down. Because a lot of those jobs, karamihan ng mga trabaho yun, ay basically, these demand expertise. Yung presidente naman, hindi naman siya talaga quote-unquote expert, kundi siya yung nagsiset ng polisiya at makes the decision. So, mahalaga na makakuha ng enough competent, excellent, committed people. And for that, we actually have not just an app, but we actually have a program coming up. It's called National Volunteer Corps, na kung saan gusto natin mag-apply. Kung gusto mag-apply ang ages between 18 to 35, lalo na yung mga may konti experience, para lumahok sila, sumali sila sa pamamahala.
Why not just improve the civil service so that you have career bureaucrats rather than political appointees running the government machinery?
Tama ka, that needs improvement, civil society. On the other hand, only have 6 years. So yung 6 years. But if things go right and things go according to the way we understand, we see it, we can have a continuous run. We can have, for example, katulad itong build, no? Tinuloy lang naman yung mga ibang gagawin eh. So kung pwede rin natin ipagdikit, ipagdugtong ang mga administrasyon kung magkaisa lang tayo ng pananaw.
May I add to that, Clink? Secretary Abella,
yes,
I think we already have in our laws an anti-ageism, philosophy.
Yes.
Which means that people like me who are 75, but who can still, we're not inutile. I'm still lucid, and
yes.
Like that. And so why is it that if I were assuming that hypothetically I would apply for a job, then they'll tell me that, Clarita Carlos, you're a fossil already at 75. But my God, my brain is like wine. You becomes better with age, isn't it? So when you talked about these productive people, parang hindi mo ako sinali.
Hindi ma. On the contrary, I'd like you to join my cabinet.
Thank you. No, I wasn't driving that. I was saying there's so much ageism in this country, for God's sake.
Ano lang siguro yun?
Why are you discriminating against us old people? Can we ask you? You will be old also, and you will be 75 like me.
Sumali po kayo. Yes.
Thank you. Secretary Abella.
Yes, sir.
You said you're going to continue the Build program under your term, if elected as president. Could you tell us how you're going to fund these projects and what sort of projects you will pursue?
Well, I'd like to begin with the second part of your question. Like, for example, there are hard structures and soft structures. Hard infra, soft infra. For the hard, we'll talk with June Palafox. On the other hand, yung soft infra, yung katulad na lagi kong sinasabi, itutuloy natin yung build. Hindi lang yung roads, kundi yung build the next generation. That would mean, for example, education, research and development. We'd like to be able to connect it with, we'd like to build the research facilities of universities. And then connect it with, of course, with manufacturing, because well, let me backtrack. This is all part of an agricultural ecosystem that they've been talking about, and which would be also the flagship project of our administration. So yung infra, the build program would build both on hard and soft infrastructures.
Now the second part of the question: how would you fund these programs?
Actually, nabanggit din yan kanina. We would, for example, one source in particular would be the 1%. For example, to get 1% of the GDP, which should be what, 150 billion pwedeng pasimula yon. And on the other hand, there's also a surprising, kung pag-usapan na siguro natin with COA, ang laki kasi ng mga underspending ng gobyerno. Ang laki talaga, which pwedeng gamitin yon for sovereign wealth fund at pwedeng hatiin yung perang yon para both social safety nets at saka pag-build ng infrastructure tulad ng napag-usapan natin.
Would you indulge in increasing the foreign debt? Foreign debt is at 12.0 trillion pesos as of January 2022. It translates to, based on a population of 110 million Filipinos, translate to around 109,000 pesos per Filipino.
Now, ang sinasabi ko is that actually may pera ang gobyerno, pwedeng gamitin. On the other hand, por sa kaso, gagamitin natin kung kailangan mangutang, hindi kailangan matakot. Kasi kung negosyante ka, and this is one of the approaches that we would like to do for the government, is to have a more entrepreneurial mindset. Alam mo kung saan pupunta, for example, have a more developmental approach. Katulad nung kung manghihiram tayo, let's say, ng pera para sa agrikultura, ay dapat matutukan natin yon para alam natin kung saan pupunta, whether kaliwa kanan o kung saan aling bulsa pa pupunta yan. Pero kumbaga, if we approach it with an entrepreneur, we don't need to fear. We don't need to fear debt just as long as we have an adequate pencil pushing, and of course we have enough debt terms. Alam natin yung length of debt.
Meron po kayong sinabi nung unang presidential debate sponsored by SMNI na habang umuupo kayo sa restaurant, pinuntahan kayo at tumingin ng pabor.
Opo.
At sinabi nyo, tinurn down nyo kaagad.
Opo.
So, pwede ba malaman kung may strategies kayo to curb leakages or corruption in government?
Opo. Thank you for that. That's very much linked with the comment on civil society. Kasi nakita ko na, for example, katulad ng lahat na sinasabi, for example, technology, na wala dapat interface between people and kung kunyari when money is involved. Pero may isang aspeto kasi na pwede talaga ipasok, pwedeng antabayanan, pwedeng mabantayan ang korupsyon when you have civil society involved, especially in local government. Because ang isa kasing role ng, and by the way, the local government code insists that there must be 25% at least of those participating in local governance should be coming from local civil society. Ngayon, kung ang isang kasing trabaho nila is to really make sure to antabayan yung mga tenders, bids and awards. So kung kasali civil society dyan, pwedeng tutukan kung ang pera nga ba kung sakto nga ba yung mga implementing rules and regulations, kung napupunta ba sa maayos, at kung saan pupunta yung pera. So civil society can play an active role in making sure that it becomes like a whistleblower or it becomes like a tigabantay, like a watchdog, especially regarding corruption. Yes.
Secretary, do you consider media as a critical part of the civil society that you're talking about? Because one of the problems or one of the criticisms during this administration is its relationship with the media.
Yes.
In fact, I myself, not from you directly, but I've seen more libel cases filed against me during the past 6 years, more than I have in the past 20 years I've been in the business. In fact, some of the candidates running for public office have pending libel cases against me. But how do you protect those you would say doing the watchdog function from these legal liabilities?
When I was on my first day of being a spokesperson, I had a conversation with the press, and I told them what I would like is to have a national conversation with media. Sabi ko sa kanila, I will not lie, I will tell you the truth, and if there are times when I don't talk, I don't say anything, it's because I cannot say it, or I don't know what it is, but definitely we will have a conversation. If I don't know what it is, I will make sure I find out and tell you later. But the thing is, it's more important to have a conversation, from my perspective, to have a conversation with the media, mag-usap tayo para magkaintindihan tayo. Naintindihan ko naman yung mga positions, for example, mga ng ibang media, at naintindihan ko na yung motibo. Pero pwede makipag-usap.
Yeah, it's not just media, Secretary, although media is part of it. But
yes,
when you say civil society, it could be anyone exposing corruption or wrongdoing in government. But how do you protect them from this legal liability? Na?
Una-una siguro, una-una, kung pwede the criticism should be within formal bounds. Like for example, if they formally join, for example, the local government unit, the conversation can go there. It can begin there. And so, kumbaga, may pinagbabasihan, hindi lang nagbubunganga. So meron talagang pinagbabasihan yung pinagsasabi nila.
Secretary Abella.
Yes,
Magandang gabi po.
Yes, ma'am.
May nabasa ako dito sa inyong pinadala sa aming information sheet. Ang phrase na confident national identity.
Yes.
Na gusto niyo raw mag-develop nito para sa next generation. Ano pong ibig sabihin niyo ng confident national identity?
Ganito, may tatlong bagay ako nakita na medyo problemato sa panahong ito. Una-una, ang laki ng agwat ng mahirap at mayaman. Pangalawa, nawawala yung tiwala. At pangatlo, parang nawawala yung pagmamahal sa bayan. Kasi parang laging binababa ang pagka-Pilipino. Ito na-notice ko lang, I just noticed it. Now, when I was working at DFA, I noticed that there was a difference between the attitudes of people coming from the Middle East, for example, working in the Middle East, and they would say, kabayan, you know. Pero doon sa kabila, when, for example, you go to more Western countries, not necessarily Europe, but for example, North America, for example, there's a tendency to say, kayong mga Pilipino, you know, kayong mga, iniiba niya yung sarili, no? Pero nakita ko rin yan na ang pagka-Pilipino natin, medyo talagang, even our jokes are down. So, siguro the thing that comes to mind is, would the Filipinos fight for the Philippines? Would we fight, for example, if there was some sort of invasion? You know, would we actually get up arms? And I suppose there would be, I don't know I'm not entirely sure if we would fight as a nation, as an entire nation, as compared to, let's say, fighting for, let's say, my property or my ethnic identity. So, kumbaga, ang nakikita ko mahalaga na magkaroon tayo ng pagkakaintindi na tayo ay Pilipino at karapat-dapat tayo sa bayan at ang bayan ay karapat-dapat sa atin.
But sir, how will you... But sir, how will your government or your administration implement developing a confident national identity? We now have a clear idea of what it means, but how it will be implemented.
Okay. That is where I challenge the participation of civil society. And of course, and one aspect of that would be the National Volunteer Corps. I understand when some people say, let us have mandatory military service. Kasi that's supposed to build in a certain stamina, that's supposed to build in certain moral fiber. But the way I understand it is being in office for only 6 years. Maikli lang yun, we can only do so much. But we could plant the seeds for a confident national identity. Number one, encouraging civil society to stand up for what is right and what is wrong, and expose what is wrong. And the other one is for Filipinos, actually, the younger Filipinos, to really begin to love, begin to want to participate in nation building. For example, the National Volunteer Corps, we would like them to be parang ate, kuya sa next generation. For example, may na-miss tayo ng mga 2 years ng education, no? 2 years during the COVID-19 pandemic. So gusto natin silang pumunta doon sa field, sa mga komunidad, at pwede silang tumulong. Kung hindi man maituro lahat, at least teach mastery of reading, writing, arithmetic. Kasama yan. O kaya pagpapalago ng mga pagtatanim, pagtuturo ng konti skills, pagpapakita na pwede palang maging isang modelo. isang modelo. So, kumbaga, showing by example that it is possible to be a young, vibrant nationalist, a patriot. I'm sorry.
That was a very insightful observation you made, Secretary Abella, in regard to comparing overseas workers in the Middle East vis-a-vis workers in North America and similar places. And what I see there in the insights that you have shared with us is that really those who are in North America are more likely, or in Britain for that matter, to act more British and more Americans than they are Filipinos.
Yes, yes.
And that means, therefore, that they in fact look down on those working in the Middle East and similar places. And that's a very insightful observation. So the Filipino-ness that you see is really there in the people who are working in the Middle East, rather than those pretentious, idiotic people in the North American. And,
Professor Carlos, I think I do agree with you, but let me just add something. I think it's because in the Middle East, there's no possibility of becoming a citizen. But in Western countries, there is a possibility of actually becoming a citizen of the United States. Pero yun nga, sir, na, you work...
Pero Sas, maybe it also has something to do with the kind of workers that you export, which are really, for the dirty things that their own citizens would not want to do. But this is the only time that I've heard that kind of comparison, and it's really something so monumental, and it tells you the divide. That's the reason why I really get peeved when I hear people in the United States, preaching to us as if they suddenly have the answers to all the questions, and that's on account of the insightful observation that you had made.
Yes.
All right. I was reading through your 13-page program here, which was provided us, Secretary Abella, and I was looking for something so close to my heart, which is, of course, defense and security.
Yes.
So if I may, I'd like to repeat the question I asked Calyode earlier. It's about the Balikatan, and are you happy about the ratcheting up of the Balikatan on Monday to,
I don't know,
4 times the number? And what is your take on the American-Australian consortium, which have, I think, signed a fairly long lease on Subic Bay?
Yes. Right. I don't know if I'm happy or I'm ecstatic about the whole thing, but it's something I believe that that is a necessary thing at this stage. For the plain and simple reason that we need to balance. We have neither economic power nor military power, but we certainly can become an outpost for democracy.
In the meanwhile?
In the meanwhile, yeah. Until we're able to build our own strength, internal strength natin. Nakikita ko po yung wisdom na habang wala tayong lakas, ay dapat magpalakas tayo ng loob. Doon pumapasok yung independent, yung confident national identity. Kasi we only have so much time. Bago talaga tayo balingan, hindi natin alam ano mangyayari. So kailangan talaga may tibay tayo ng loob para mangyari man ang mangyari, kaya natin lumaban o kaya malupig man tayo, masasaktan sila at pagsisisihan nila ang kanilang mga attempts to take over. Pero yung po katulad nun yung sinasabi yung Balikatan, it's a tactical move. We can hanggat sa makalikom tayo ng enough strength and enough confidence to be able to fight back as Filipinos and not as somebody else's alliance or ally. So, ganun po.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And once again, time is going by so quickly. For now, we'll have to take a short break.
Yes.
Secretary Abella.
Yes, ma'am.
So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back at the Deep Probe.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga leksyon.
Sino ang dapat na magpatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan? Sino ang dapat na mailukno sa kapangyarihan?
Dapat may paninindigang ipagpatuloy ang laban kontra insurhensya at iligal na droga.
Matapang, ngunit may puso, may malasakit, handang magpatawad, tagapagtaguyod ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa.
Handang isakripisyo ang meron siya, mapunan lang ang kakulangan ng iba. Ang pulso ng taong bayan, nasa sa kanya.
Mautak, madiskarte at alam ang saklaw ng batas. May konkretong solusyon sa bawat problema, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya.
Kilalanin mo ang iyong iboboto. Aralin ang plataforma. Paano ito isa sa katuparan at patatagalin? Suriin ang track record.
Sawa na tayo sa puro forma at salita. Ang kailangan natin ang magpapatuloy sa pagbabagong natatamasa ng sambayan ng Pilipino.
May malakas na paninindigan sa tama, hindi magtataksil sa bayan at hindi tayo ipagpapalit sa kahit anuman.
Matapat at hindi magnanakaw, hindi sarili, kundi ang interes ng bayan ang inuuna.
May political will, totoo ang serbisyo at handang ibigay ang lahat. Matugunan lamang ang mga isyu na kinakaharap at kakaharapin pa ng bansa.
Bilang botante, nasa atin ang responsibilidad na ihalal ang nararapat. Isa itong desisyon para sa nakararami, kung kaya't pag-isipang mabuti.
Huwag magpadala sa kasikatan at sabi-sabi. Ikaw mismo ang kumilatis. Tandaan, nakasalalay sa desisyon mo ang magiging kinabukasan ng bansa. Kaya, maging matalino.
Maliban sa totoo, dapat may karanasan at kapasidad na mamuno. Hindi ka mabibili, kaya huwag kang magpapabayad. Bigyang dangal ang iyong boto.
Katuwang nyo ang SMNI sa isang malinis at patas na eleksyon. Dahil dito, siguradong balitang totoo.
Ibibigay namin sa inyo mga impormasyong tama. Tuloy ang pagbabago kahit sa pagbabalita.
Sama-sama po tayo tungo sa bagong bansa. Piliin ang magpapatuloy sa mga programang nasimulan ng administrasyon.
Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagod ka na ba? Pahinga ka muna. Sige lang, hinga lang ng malalim. Palipasin muna ang dilim. Mag-ipon ka muna ng lakas. Dahil sasabak ka na naman bukas, ituloy mo lang ang laban. Kahit dahan-dahan, ituloy lang ang laban. Kahit mabagal, huwag kalimutang magdasal. Huwag kang susuko. Huwag kang hihinto. Kita-kita tayo hanggang sa dulo. Kayang-kaya natin ito ipanalo.
Maraming beses na tayong nasaktan, binigo, nalagay sa alanganin. Minsan nang nagdalawang isip kung itutuloy pa ba natin ang nasimulang laban. Dahil tao tayo, madalas nagkakamali, nagbabago, nangangarap, natatalo, nagtatagumpay. Iba-iba ang paniniwala, kaya madalas may mga di pagkakaintindihan. Sa panahon ng pangangailangan, lumalabas ang totoong tayo. Mapagmahal, puno ng malasakit, nabubuo, mas humihigpit ang kapit natin sa bawat isa. Dahil alam natin na kung sabay, lahat nagiging posible.
Sa muling pagsikat ng araw, isang desisyon ang kailangan mong pakawalan.
po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. At para po patuloy nating makilala ang presidential candidate na si Secretary Ernie Abella, itutuloy po ng ating panelists ang kanilang mga katanungan.
Secretary,
Yes.
you've mentioned agriculture in your platform. In fact, the term you use is you want to make agriculture a mega industry.
Yes.
There are a lot of problems in agriculture, among which more than half of the Filipinos live in rural areas, and yet the sector only contributes a little over 9% to GDP.
Right.
Could you flesh out or give us details about what you have in mind when you say you want agriculture to be a mega industry?
Well, first and foremost, we want agriculture to be a mega industry. Let me address first the last part of your question, that it only contributes something like 9%. But that's not due to them. That's due to government neglect. You know? Hindi naman sinusuportahan eh. Katulad niyan sasabihin, may nakausap ako na business consultant. I'm sure if I mentioned him, you would know this person. Pero sabi niya, hindi kasi competitive yung mga natin, mga farmers natin. Paano mo naman ilalaban yan sa Vietnam tsaka sa Vietnam tsaka Thailand? Kompleto sila ng na suporta. Tayo wala. We actually, it's really a benign, I don't know if it's benign, but it's neglect. You know? So anyway, going back to that, the other part of your question, how do we want to address that?
How do you realize your vision of creating a mega agriculture industry?
Yeah, what we'd like to do first and foremost is, as soon as possible, is to create a board of agricultural investment. You know, to get people who are actually practitioners, not just experts in the trade itself, but actually those who have experience and those who have financial understanding, so that we could create, we could raise bonds, for example, so that we could use that, and also so that we can specifically create a whole ecosystem. I keep going back to this ecosystem, and address, for example, that number one problem. Why, for example, those who actually experience the worst hunger, the worst privation, are the most vulnerable are those in the agricultural sector. There is a moral component to this. For example, when we talk to, kung pinag-uusapan natin na lumalaki ang GDP natin, pero meron tayong 23 to 26 million na katao na mahirap. At aside from yung mahirap sila, meron pang 12.5 million people na nakakaranas ng gutom. Nakakaranas sila ng gutom. At ang isa sa mga tao na I talked with, sabi ko, he was the manager of a huge plantation in Mindanao. And sabi ko, bakit ganito ang puso mo? Sabi niya, kasi nakikita ko ang gutom ng tao. So basically, kaya natin pinapasok ito, dahil lang sa unang-una, pwede kasing mangyari na lumaki ang agrikultura pag tinutukan natin. Pangalawa, magkakaroon tayo ng genuine na industriya na pwedeng scalable. Kasi naman BPO hindi naman scalable. A lot of the MSMEs, a lot of them, I'm not just talking about the micro, I'm talking about the medium. Mga traders, puro angkat. You know, the products come from China or some other areas. No? So the point is, kailangan natin ng isang industriya na scalable, na pwedeng kumita, na pwedeng magbigay ng trabaho, na ma-address yung gutom, at it can also address inflation. So, so using yung Board of Agriculture Investments, at i-connect natin, for example, i-connect natin sa research and development para we can produce our own, from seeds to pampataba, all the way to manufacturing, all the way to post-harvest facilities, all the way to agricultural, community agricultural centers, all the way to even to domestic tourism. Pwede natin sila ipagkabit. Meron tayong roadmap dyan at na tinatapos, at alam din natin kung ano pwedeng mangyari at pwedeng gawin.
Are there any other government interventions you think are necessary? Because public spending on agriculture is something like 1.7% of the entire national budget.
Correct.
Relative to the public spending of other ASEAN countries, 1.7% is actually, on agriculture, is very small.
Correct. Ang pwede kasi nating ano dyan, we can do a 2-3 track solution. No, one is divert some of the build, divert some of the sa MSMEs, and then also pwede manghiram. I keep saying that, although some candidates felt na hindi viable ang manghiram. Pero kung alam mo actually kung saan pupunta ang pera mo, pwede manghiram and dapat manghiram. Basta sigurado ka lang kung saan pupunta ang pera. By the way, isang problema talaga ng gobyerno is lack of absorptive capability. May pera, hindi naman alam kung paano gastuin, Basta, nakita ko ito. For example, I've been in corporate. I've been involved in corporate life. I've been involved in government life. And I tell you what, there is great efficiency in corporate life. There is a lot of this in government. There's a lot of discussion of throughput, yung mga proseso. Pero at the end of the day, kulang talaga sa output. No offense meant, pero yun ang talagang nakikita ko. So kailangan talaga ng, we want to involve more people who are yun talagang may expertise at talagang may experience at alam nila yung ginagawa nila lalo na sa agrikultura.
Last question. Sorry, I apologize my fellow panelists. You talked about integrating regional markets.
Yes.
There's been a law passed, I think 6 or 7 years ago, the cabotage law, that was supposed to liberalize the domestic shipping industry with the aim of reducing the logistics cost of bringing goods from, say, Mindanao to Luzon. And yet, 6 or 7 years after this law, it's still more expensive to bring goods from Mindanao to Manila than it is to bring goods from Mindanao, say, to Hong Kong or farther away markets. What can be done? I mean, the law is already there.
Will, I suppose. Political will. If the current administration can say, let's finish the bill, we can actually, if it's already there, we can actually implement it. Yeah, yung sinasabi niyo, cabotage law.
Dati po kayong undersecretary sa DFA.
Opo.
At naging first spokesperson ng Pangulong Duterte.
Opo.
Ang katanungan ko po ganito, no? Noong March 2, 2022, merong balita, no? Na ang isang korte sa Pransya ay nagbigay ng award sa Sultan of Sulu's heirs ng $14.92 billion. Ito po yung claim natin sa Sabah. Okay. Magkatanungan po ako, kung kayo po yung maging presidente, would you or would you not pursue our claim on Sabah?
Atin po yun. Atin po yun.
At bakit po?
Dahil lang po sa relasyon ng relasyon natin sa Sultan of Sulu at saka yung kanilang claims. So ang puntos ko po dyan is ituloy po natin at tingnan po din natin kung short of I would suggest again diplomatic solution short of exercising any force which has been suggested before. Pero kung pwede, ituloy po natin yung diplomatikong pag-uusap para makita po natin kung paano po natin ma-maximize yung ating mga claims doon sa lugar na yun.
Meron po tayong batas, no? Republic Act 9522. Yung baseline law. Okay po. Ngayon po, ito po supposedly remedial law para doon sa nangyari sa definition ng national territory sa ilalim ng 1973 Constitution at 1987 Constitution. Yung 1973 Constitution, may nakalagay doon sa definition ng national territory na atin din po yung mga lupain by historic right or legal title. Ito po yung nawala sa definition ng national territory doon po sa 1987 Constitution. If you become president, would you amend Republic Act 9522, the baseline law? Kasi po sinabi nila, we dropped the ball here. Hindi natin na-define dito, naka-atin pala ang Sabah.
In which case, I think we need to revisit. I do not pretend to know the legal aspects of that, but we need to revisit it because if there's anything at all that we need to be able to insist on, we need to know what is ours and what is not ours. What truly belongs to us. We need to revisit the law. We need to revisit the whole claim, and I believe we also need to talk with the stakeholders.
What about the interest of the Sabahans, Secretary? the natives in
Yes.
Sabah who are not, there are actually Filipinos there, but they're undocumented and in effect stateless. But and these are different from the Sabahans. They probably identify more with Malaysia than the Philippines. Is
That's
that not a consideration in finding a resolution to this?
That's exactly why I said that we need to have a conversation. We need to talk. This would be part of our process where we need to be able to talk with the stakeholders whether, kung ano yung kanilang, ano yung take nila sa situation na yon. We need to talk with the stakeholders.
Yes, I'd like to follow through Rolex's question in regard to your stint at the Department of Foreign Affairs. And it's something to do with the number of legations that we have, consulates as well as embassies. Are we not trying to be like superpowers and having so many embassies and consulates? I remember that that was, during the Cory Aquino administration, that's one of the main tasks that Senator Mercado gave to me, to rationalize the so many embassies and consulates that we have. Did you encounter that kind of challenge when you were there?
As far as I know, that there are a number of offices that are pending, but they haven't been opened because of, as far as if I remember right, kulang tayo ng budget to open certain offices. But the main consideration has always been kung saan may Pilipino, dapat may representation tayo.
But that's where I'm going, because it seems like it's the Filipino overseas workers who will decide where you're going to set up a legation. There's nothing wrong with protecting their interests, but I think the core of our diplomacy was to sell to the world, economic diplomacy, and we seem to have forgotten that.
That's true that but I think I believe konektado kasi economic diplomacy or the lack of it sa ating ability to produce. Otherwise, ang binibenta natin will be extracted products na hindi talaga gaanong value added kasi mahina din naman yung ating manufacturing wala nga tayong manufacturing So medyo nagbago talaga yung landscape. So totoo na baka kailangan natin magbago na i-revisit natin yung ating yung pillars. In fact, meron po pang-apat na pillar na hindi pinag-uusapan. Napag-usapan natin to. Yung pang-apat yung cultural diplomacy na kung saan dapat maibenta natin ng maayos ang Pilipino, ang Pilipinas para katulad na nagawa ng Korea but maybe not in the same level at this stage. Pero kumbaga yung the branding of it. Pero meron na tayo actually meron talaga tayong malalim, ang lalim ng social capital ng Pilipino abroad. For example, even in Israel, di ba sabi ni Bibi Netanyahu, sabi niya mahal na mahal niya Pilipino dahil sa nag-aalaga ng kanyang nanay ay Pilipina. So, kumbaga, meron tayong malalim na social capital, pero huwag lang natin basta gayahin, for example, ang Korea, kasi meron din naman. Pero ang pwede natin gawin kasi, katulad doon nakita namin, yung i-maximize natin, for example, yung ating entertainment, yung ating movie industry. For example, in 2006, we were in Nairobi, and we found that during lunchtime, humihina yung traffic. Why? Kasi pati yung mga, ang tawag nito, pati yung mga members of parliament were actually stopping to watch the teleserye of, what's his name? Pangako Sa'yo. Yeah, Pangako Sa'yo. Tandaan nyo pa. So, kumbaga, kung pwede siguro, ay talagang pwedeng magkaroon tayo ng tweaking at streamlining at tingnan natin kung saan talaga tayo magbibigay ng emphasis.
Yeah, but that's another dimension of my question, which is really, why should we be exporting this kind of labor, which is low-wage labor, being caregivers for the elderly and both ends of the demographics, when we can in fact be exporting engineers, doctors, medical personnel, and the like, and give it to other countries with less competent people to do the caregiving work, which for most parts, based on the reports coming to us, are those who are more likely to be maltreated, in their places of work. So that's why I said, with the advances in technology, in communication, you don't need to establish an embassy or a consulate wherever Filipinos are. Like in the United States, how many consulates do you have there when you only need one at Washington, D.C.? I mean, how many consulates do you need to renew passports and, get people to pledge to be Philippine citizens again? This is what I mean. The bureaucratic reform needs to start somewhere, and I think the DFA should be a good start.
Well, well taken. Very well taken. Noted and well taken. Thank you.
Secretary Abella, so my question is about foreign policy. I think you expect this. As I understand, you will continue the foreign policy line of President Duterte expressed in this very elegant statement: friends to all, enemies to none. And this reminds me of the foreign policy of the United States for most of its history, like from its founding. It was neutral in any wars in Europe, and it only got involved and took a position in world wars during the First World War. Now, my question is, because I've seen that you voted to be neutral in the Ukraine-Russia conflict in one of the presidential debates. So my question is, do you see any link between a country's foreign policy position in these kinds of conflict and its internal development?
Okay.
Kasi, I would like to link this to your idea of magpalakas tayo ng loob.
Tama.
So do you see any link between these two?
Una-una, although I said neutral, tandaan natin we nag-sign tayo do sa UNGA, ha? We signed the UNGA statement condemning the violence. But if you read the statement, and I'm sure you did, it condemned the violence, but it did not condemn any aggressor, which I thought was brilliant. It was brilliant. You can do something like this and still wala kang kinakalaban. I believe at a certain stage, tulad ng habang nagpapalakas tayo, dapat marunong tayong gumawa. Ganun ang dapat na lakad natin. Na we're not pushovers. But we can actually make statements. We can actually take a position, but we don't need to antagonize anybody right now, especially kung baka meron naman tayong mga interest o ongoing negotiations. So going back, kailangan talaga naniniwala ako na pwede natin gawin itong mga bagay na to. Iba yung economic sanction, iba rin yung diplomatic sanctions. Ang ginawa natin was a diplomatic sanction, pero wala naman tayong abilidad right now to have economic sanctions. So, doon tayo sa diplomatic.
Thank you, Secretary Abella.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you may give your closing remarks.
Tapos na ba yun?
Unfortunately, 1 hour went by very quickly.
Sigurado ka? Sige, ganito na lang. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako, Karen, sa oportunidad. No? Pero gusto ko siguro kausapin ang ating Filipino electorate. Nakakatuwa pong pakinggan na nagbabago ang ating political landscape at nagbabago din po ang electorate. At ngayong Mayo 9, 2022, ay hinihikayat ko po kayong to do something new and to do something bold. And that is to vote not just according to conscience, but according to vision. Meron po akong ililipat sa inyo na pananaw. At ang pananaw po ay ito, na pwede pong magkaroon ng isang siglo Pilipino, na pwede pong magkaroon ng isang Philippine century na kung saan meron pong peaceful economic rise ang Pilipinas, na pwede pong magkaroon ng 100 taon, na 100 taong pagtaas, pag-angat ng ating bayan, kung man lang tayo mismo ay ating pong tanggapin na ang pagbabago ay hindi nakalagay sa balikat ng presidente lang, kundi para sa buong sambayanan. That we could also have a nation that is righteous, peaceful, and joyful, a nation that is just, and a nation that is worthy of its people, and a people worthy of its nation. This is a vision that I have, and I shared it with you, and I say it's possible, and let's do it, and let's just do it together. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Ernie Abella, at maraming salamat din sa ating mga panelists. I think what resonated with me the most was when Secretary Abella said, hindi ba napakaganda ng ating bansa kung hindi lamang sa balikat ng ating magiging Pangulo nakasandal ang kabukasan ng ating bansa, kundi para sa atin din at bilang mga kababayan na may malasakit at merong responsibilidad para sa ating bansa. And we're down to our last candidate for tonight. Ang susunod na kandidato ay may battle cry for unity para sa kanya. Pagkakaisa ng sambayanang Pilipino sa gitna ng malalaking problema ng ating bansa, ang susi para sa mabilis na pagbabangon nito. This candidate is a consistent frontrunner in the election surveys. Nakita natin ang performance niya sa surveys, pero ano kaya ang magiging performance niya sa pagsagot sa mga panelists? Makikita natin yan sa pagbabalik ng The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview.
Matatamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin ang nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo na ang pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyang naman.
Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulan ay sigurad magagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi
hindi lang sa timandidigan mo. Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na iwawadas. Kaya't maging mapanood sa wastong pagpiling. Huwag sayangin ang likas sa daliri. Maging responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula.
We don't need to explain because truth needs no justification. We are not afraid because the truth will always win. When we ask questions, it's always for the good of all. We question to build, not to break. We question to clarify, not to confuse. We question to protect, not hurt. Truth hurts, but it heals. Tune in to SMNI, where truth is free. SMNI, defining true press freedom.
Pagod ka na ba? Pahinga ka muna. Sige lang, hinga lang ng malalim. Palipasin muna ang dilim. Mag-ipon ka muna ng lakas. Dahil sasabak ka na naman bukas, ituloy mo lang ang laban. Kahit dahan-dahan, ituloy.
Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. We're down to our last candidate. Ito na po ang huling kandidato na haharap sa ating panelists sa araw na ito.
Sa gitna ng samot-saring isyong ibinabato laban sa kanyang pamilya, nananatiling matibay at may paninindigan para sa bayan. Bit-bit ang mga pangakong pagbabago para sa ikabuunlad ng bansa. Trabaho para sa mga Pilipino, murang kuryente, industrialisasyon, kalidad na edukasyon, reforma sa iba't ibang sektor, at pagkakaisa ng sambayanang Pilipino ang sentro ng kanyang kampanya.
Bilang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, sinabi ko na ako'y tatakbo dahil ang aking layunin, ang aking dating bansa ay pagkaisa muli ang sambayanang Pilipino. Pagandahin po natin ang ating minamahal na bansang Pilipinas. Sama-sama po tayong babangon muli.
Tumatakbong Pangulo mula sa Partido Federal ng Pilipinas, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr.
You may now sit down, Senator Marcos.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
May we request the audience to please sit down so we can start the program.
I brought all my relatives.
Everyone, can we ask everyone to please sit down so we can start the program? Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Okay. Senator Marcos, you have the floor, and the panelists will be asking you questions.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Marcos.
Good meeting you, ma'am.
If this were, I've never been to a campaign rally, but if this looks like it, and maybe multiplied so many times over, I can imagine what you're feeling is like euphoria, isn't it?
It's
We're not even involved and we're feeling euphoric here.
it's very encouraging, ma'am. That's true.
Okay, this is the second time we are going through this, but this time it will be banter, nothing aggressive nor belligerent. You have the thickest portfolio here. I counted more than 50 pages which were submitted to the network and which were given to us.
Madaming,
So,
madaming
I have
trabaho, ma'am.
1,000 questions, but since I have 3 other colleagues here, maybe I'll ask something which is right in my alley. And I think I have asked this also in my post in the social media. And post-Ukraine, assuming that you have a peace agreement within the next 2 weeks, which is more likely, do you see a new political and economic order, but this time you have other political actors like Moscow, Beijing, and even Tehran?
Yes.
What's your take on that?
There will be a new world order. because I think watching Ukraine and seeing the developments, and which are not exactly going the way of that the President Putin would have wanted it to. I suspect there will be domestic implications to whatever the peace agreement is going to be. I hope you're right, ma'am, that it will be done in 2 weeks, because we are the entire world is suffering. But there will be a very big change, because the how do you say the idea. I think some of the analysts have said, I don't know if you agree with this, is that President Putin is trying to reconstruct or recreate the Soviet Union under another name. So perhaps this was his move. Should he weaken as a political figure in his own country, in Russia, then certainly the policy of trying to gain territory through whatever means, as he says, because to provide for him a buffer to NATO, whatever the reason might truly be. I think that will have to be re-studied by whoever will be most dominant in Russian domestic politics after Putin. So yes, I believe there will be a new world order. And I think I am certain that Tehran and Beijing are watching very, very closely what will happen to Ukraine. There will be a geopolitical balance of power. It also depends on what the reaction of the EU and the United States will be. I think the United States we can predict fairly accurately. EU is in a more difficult spot, simply because they are highly dependent for their energy to Russia, and how they will balance that. I know that the President Biden has just signed with the EU a deal to supply from the United States and from other countries 15 billion tons of gas, which will cover some of the needs of the EU. But again, that's not something that can instantly be made to instantly be applied. There will be a transition period because it is a very large economic infrastructure that has been developed for Europe to take advantage of the gas supplies out of Russia. These are all terribly large forces, and inevitably it will change things.
Yeah, well, it seems like you have a more dire scenario, future scenario in mind. But what I have used really is from a content analytical perspective, using events data analysis, meaning I'm paying attention to the verbs being used by the negotiators. And and this is not Pollyannish, by the way, Mr. Marcos. It's just that I feel that Putin will not allow the conflict to spill over. It will encapsulate within the Ukraine, a conflict area. Yeah. And yes, I still believe that within the next 2 weeks you have a peace agreement.
I sincerely hope so, because misunderstandings, mistakes can occur. With Poland being right there on the border of Ukraine, we already have had reports of missiles that mistakenly flew into Poland. And these are the kind of things that we have to be very careful about. I think maybe that is one thing that they can agree upon, Russia and the West, as we have referred to it often.
Mr. Marcos, earlier, I don't know if you were around already when I asked questions about the projected state visit of Vladimir Putin here in the Philippines. Because the Duterte administration has only so many more breaths to take before the end of their regime, of their tenure. When you become president, will he honor that invitation that Duterte had given to him to do a state visit? Not just a visit, a state visit.
Well, certainly. Why not? We have diplomatic relations with Moscow.
We should continue to honor that agreement that we have with Russia, and we must continue to again cultivate the relationships that are beneficial to the country. And it's not, as long as we make our position very clear that self-determination is an important principle as far as the Philippines is concerned, and in that context, then we can still speak on many other subjects with Russia.
Yeah, so that means you're not telegraphing something to the United States of America by welcoming Vladimir Putin in a state visit.
It need not be Russia or Vladimir Putin, any country. I think that would like to come and visit and would feel that there is something beneficial to be gained by furthering, strengthening relationships between our two countries is something that we should always be open to.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Marcos.
Good evening.
Ang tanong ko po ay ito, ang nabanggit niyo po ang phrase na New World Order na sa tingin niyo ay maaaring mangyari pagkatapos ng peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia. And you see that the world will be restructured around a new framework or a new geopolitical order. So my question is this, I hope that you realize the burden or the special task that you have as a future chief architect of our foreign policy. Because in the past drawing of world orders, the Philippines never played a role in determining its position in that world order. For example, between the wars of Spain and the United States, it's the United States that defined our position in that new world order. When the United Nations was instituted after post-World War II, we were still at the coattails of the United States. But now we are an independent country. So my question is, when this new world order that you think could happen after a peace treaty gets concluded between Ukraine and Russia, how will you position our country in this new geopolitical order?
It very clearly will depend on what the exit strategy will be for the West, for EU, and for Putin in the peace agreement that we hope they will sign. What the nature of that agreement will be? Will it be status quo? The forces that are in Ukraine, the Russian forces and Belarusian forces that are already in Ukraine, will they just stay where they are, status quo? Will they be told to withdraw? I only say that because it is very important to Putin's position domestically. He is in a very precarious place because it has not gone according to plan. I suspect that he was hoping that it would be a similar situation as it was in Crimea, where they pretty much just walked in with very little resistance. But then they prepared Crimea for a long time. They were helping the rebel groups, the Russian-speaking groups, and they were developing them. And they built a corridor on the east side of Crimea, within which the Russians could cross the border very easily. That hasn't been the case in Ukraine. And so, depending on how it is viewed, the peace treaty that we hope will come, it depends on how it is viewed by the local domestic political scenarios in Russia itself. That, whatever the reaction will be to Putin, will fix one of the variables in the geopolitical new world order. So we still have to wait to see what happens. I'm sure China is waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen here. Tehran, I'm sure, as the professor mentioned, is clearly a player in this regard. And in the Middle East now, so far it has not affected the Middle East in any way so far. But maybe if it works out for Russia, if it works out for Vladimir Putin, China might be emboldened to make their own moves. Tehran might be emboldened to make their own moves. On the other hand, if it is very much a rejection of the idea of Putin of taking over a country, then perhaps that will also influence their thinking as to what can and cannot be done for their own interests. So yes, I don't think we can predict very closely because we cannot. I hope to be as optimistic as the professor, but I don't see it happening in 2 weeks, to be perfectly honest. I hope it is. I hope it does, because the economic effects on every single person in the world has been enormous. And it is going to be enormous for a good long while. It's not going to go away anytime soon.
Sir, since we have a mutual defense treaty with the United States, that would affect, I'm sure that would play a role in how, our country would position ourselves in this new geopolitical world order. So my question is, to what extent will you allow the United States influence your actual decision making in how you're going to craft the future foreign policy of the Philippines when that new world order has already taken shape?
Well, we have a very special relationship with the United States, and it's something that we have had and developed over 100 years, starting from being essentially a colony to a very strong partner here in this, especially in this part of the world, in the region. And that, I think, has been a good thing for both countries, both for the United States and for the Philippines. And that I think we can still depend on that. But the scenario that you spoke about, where we historically have always been with the United States, is still, I think, a carryover, a hangover of the Cold War. And we discussed it a little bit the last time. And I don't think the geopolitics of today are the same. And we now have to tread that very fine line to make sure that it's the Philippines, it's the Philippine interests that are the primacy of Philippine interests in anything. Now, in geopolitics, especially, we have another superpower 600 kilometers from our coastline, China. That puts, again, the Philippines in quite a precarious position. We're lucky because we're important geopolitically, even just strategically. We are unlucky because we are important geopolitically, and we've become a bit of a hot potato when it comes to that. So we definitely have to consider what is best always for the Philippines. And how do we achieve that? With our existing partnerships, alliances, as they stand now, with what will be a new world order. Will it be a very big change? Will it be a small, slight change? Will it be a big change for Russia and a small change for everybody else? There are many moving parts to this thing, and it's not something that is easily definable. But I think once the peace agreement is made, we will study it very, very closely, and we will ask our best experts to determine what is the effect in these other countries. What is the effect to Tehran, to Iran? What's the effect? How does it change their thinking in Beijing? How does it change the thinking in Washington, D.C.? These are the big players. These are the people we have to deal with. So yes, it's not. I wish I could give you a categorical answer, but until we know exactly what that peace treaty will contain, it's very difficult to know what will happen after that in Russia. How will the power structure change? Will Putin be removed? Will he still maintain his position? All of these things are going to play a part in what it will look like after that peace agreement.
Senator, good evening. With this as a backdrop, the discussion with Russia, Ukraine, I was wondering if you can pivot to domestic concerns, particularly your energy policy.
Yeah.
Because as you said, the conflict is being felt worldwide, and among the things that we are seeing are sky-high fuel prices. But how would you address this? What would be your policies, particularly with energy security, going beyond this issue?
In the past week or so, since the war in Ukraine began, I have been espousing a policy of subsidizing all oil imports. Because the idea is that, yes, transport is the first sector that's going to be affected, but everyone will be affected. And therefore, if we are to support everyone, we have to subsidize all oil imports, in my view. However, I have been crunching the numbers. We can't do it. We cannot afford it. It's that simple. So we have to focus now. Maliwanag, yung mga transport group talagang naghihingalo dahil dito sa pagtaas ng presyo ng langis. Pero alam naman natin, pag tumaas ang presyo ng langis, sabay-sabay susunod na yung mga iba. So we have to focus in the sectors that will actually that will mitigate the effects of the oil price rise. Perhaps, well, there still exists the option of perhaps giving a tax holiday on the excise taxes to the oil for the oil imports. However, the pandemic is not over. We do not know what is going to happen next. When each time we thought tapos na, it came back. And I'm sure all of us after Christmas, after the Omicron hit at the end of January, sabi natin siguro baka tapos nito, baka wala na. But then we hear news now about Korea, about China, about Hong Kong, that they're locking down again. So we need those funds. Well, the government doesn't need the funds, people need the funds. And so we will still have to continue to collect as much as we can in preparation for any possible occurrence in terms of the pandemic. Baka may bagong strain, baka may babalik. But I don't think we will ever return to a time of lockdown anymore.
Senator, just before we go on the break, I was wondering if you can clarify your position on the oil price stabilization fund, because there's been some talk in social media to report, and I don't know if you are. Of course, the appeal is that there will be subsidy when prices are high.
Yes.
But the downside is that prices will remain high because when global prices dip.
Yeah.
And there's the argument, of course, that the market is always more efficient in determining prices. Could you clarify your position?
No, it is not to change the price of the oil. It's to change the rate of change. It is to try and mitigate the rate of change. So that, let's say, if the price increase is from Sunday to Monday, instead of increasing the full, let's say we're going to increase by, 5 pesos, let's say. Instead of doing it all in one shot, we do it slowly because we have a stabilization fund. There is no way to bring the price of oil down from the Philippines. We are at the mercy of the oil producers. We in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, are 0.07% of the fossil fuel market. Therefore have very little influence on pricing. And we produce very little in terms of oil production. Malampaya is about, they say will dry up in the next 2 or 3 years. So yes, it is a very, very big problem. But the OPSF that I proposed is really to lessen the impact. And instead of making the impact instantaneous, we will try to make it happen over a longer time to give businessmen, consumers more time to adjust and to plan for the new regime of oil prices and oil products that would come to the Philippines.
Senador, kung may time pa?
we'll have to take a short break for now. Yes.
It's okay.
Sorry, Rolex.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've become the symbol of the human time clock. But the panel will still have a lot of questions for you, Senator Marcos. Unfortunately, we have to interrupt for a short break. So to everyone watching, don't go away. The Deep Probe SMNI Presidential Interviews will be right back.
Matatamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin ang nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilihan, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namakalanggo. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulay sigurad nagagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilihan, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namakalanggo.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pagpili ang iyong boto sa halagang 500 piso. Katupasan ba ng ilang sentimo ang digdigan mo? Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na iwawadas. Kaya't maging mapanuri sa was mong pagpili. Huwag sayangin ang kita sa daliri. Maging responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namakalanggo.
Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga leksyon.
Sino ang dapat na magpatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan? Sino ang dapat na mailukno sa kapangyarihan?
Dapat may paninindigang ipagpatuloy ang laban kontra insurhensya at iligal na droga.
Matapang, ngunit may puso, may malasakit, handang magpatawad, tagapagtaguyod ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa.
Handang isakripisyo ang meron siya, mapunan lang ang kakulangan ng iba. Ang pulso ng taong bayan, nasa sa kanya.
Mautak, madiskarte at alam ang saklaw ng batas. May konkretong solusyon sa bawat problema, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya.
Kilalanin mo ang iyong iboboto. Aralin ang plataforma. Paano ito isa?
Nagbabalik po tayo sa The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. And right before the break, the conversation between presidential candidate Senator Marcos and the panelists was spanning several issues, including the geopolitical conflicts and the oil price crisis. Now we will resume the questions from the panels.
Magandang gabi po, Senator.
Good evening, Rolex.
Ang katanungan ko po ay tungkol sa power. Alam niyo po yung IPIRA, hinati yung bansa natin. Electric Power Reforms Industry Act, IPIRA. Yan po, ganito. Recently, ang Malacanang po ay naglabas. Pinirmahan ng Pangulo, Executive Order 164, adding nuclear power to the energy mix. And among others, to study the viability kung pwede pa natin i-operate yung BNPP at ang iba pang mga facilities para sa paggamit ng nuclear energy. Pwede mo malaman kung ano yung isip nyo po tungkol dito? Kasi po mangyayari sa sunod na termino, ang 18 milestones. Ito po yung unang hakbang lamang.
Marami talagang pinag-uusapan. Energy is hard. Ito, aaminin ko sa inyo, talagang pinag-aaralan ko, napakahirap ayusin. Dahil nga yung ating sistema, the IPIRA law, marami talaga naka-contain dyan na kailangan pag-aralan ulit. Because ang reklamo sa buong bansa, both na consumers lamang at saka yung mga negosyante. Kasi lagi natin napapag-usapan mga foreign investors na nagre-reklamo sa power, pati local investors. Kaya ang investment sa Pilipinas is not capital intensive. Yung mga investment sa Pilipinas, short term lang, kuminsan hot money lang ang pumapasok, pasok-labas lang yan. It doesn't build anything. So, that is it. It is a major problem. At kung titignan natin ang mga projection sa pangyayari, ngayon, just as a perfect example, narinig na siguro naman ng lahat, na sinasabi na baka sa eleksyon, magkakaroon ng brownout. Kaya dahil nasa gitna na tayo ng summer, ng tag-araw. Kaya yan ang maliwanag, kulang na talaga ang power supply doon sa ating requirements. At saka yung idadagdag pa dapat natin para makapag-industrialize tayo ng mabuti. Kaya it's something that has to be attended to. In other words, kailangan natin lahat. Kailangan natin lahat ng makuha natin na power sources para mabigyan tayo ng mas mura at mas malawak at mas reliable na power supply. Ngayon, maaari nating i-expand yung ating hydro, expand natin yung ating geothermal, but there's a very simple idea when it comes to the energy sector. It's something called the base load. The base load is the load that never goes away. Just the demand that never goes away. Kahit gabi, kahit araw, ito na yung mga planta na nagpapatakbo. So that base load has to be satisfied. Kaya kung hindi umiihip ang hangin, paano yung wind power? Kung gabi, paano yung solar power? Kailangan pa rin ng traditional. Ngayon, doon tayo mamimili. Although it's not traditional for the Philippines, nuclear power is already considered a traditional power source. So it has to be looked into. Yung sa BNPP, nag-offer na because if you, ang Korea has, I believe, 5 sister plants to the Westinghouse plant in BNPP. And they have offered, I always say it's ironic that the names of their plants are Core 1, Core 2, Core 3, Core 4, Core 5. Pero hindi tayo nagkaroon kahit isa. But they have offered to come with their technical people, and they have offered to come to give us an idea. Pwede pa ba ito? Because kahit pa paano, it was the BNPP, the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, was supposed to go online with 650 megawatts in 1986. That's a long time ago. Marami ng bagong technologies, marami ng bagong requirements. So we'll see. We have to. I think we should be open to our Korean friends to come and to tell us if this is still viable or you have to do something else. When it comes to nuclear power as an idea, well, let's just follow the science. Because dito naging political sa Pilipinas. It's also political in other places. But in our particular case, the reason we have no power plant, nuclear power plant at all is pure politics. Did not really follow the science. So we have to look into it. Because, even after Fukushima, when everybody was saying nuclear power is we have to rethink, we have to, kailangan natin pag-aralan ulit yan, mukhang delikado. Walang bago ng kanilang pagplano na pagpatayo ng nuclear power plant kahit saan. Amerika tuloy-tuloy pa rin. France, the majority of their power is already created by nuclear power. So in the other countries, ganun din. So I still think that it's something we should examine. There are many new technologies. One of the ones that we keep reading about are the modular nuclear power plant. They start with a small one. Gusto mong palakihin, bumili ka ulit ng module, ikakabit mo, palaki mo ng palaki hanggat gusto mo. Siguro naman kaya natin patakbuhin ang nuclear power plant. Wala naman, there's no reason na bakit hindi kaya ng Pilipino na magpatakbo ng nuclear power plant. So, it's something that should be part of the mix. Kasama diyan is COP26, where we decided to cut down on coal-fired power generation. And what happened, nagtaas ng presyo kasi walang kapalit sa renewable. Ibig sabihin, yung mix ng renewable at saka traditional, kailangan talaga natin, we have to decide once and for all, what is the mix that is good for the Philippines. I think it's not going to be a static point. I think as years go on, and we develop renewables, we develop other sources of power, that mix is going to slowly shift towards renewables, hopefully, because that's what we want because of climate change. But nonetheless, that mix is still something that's up in the air that we haven't really determined what is proper and appropriate for the Philippine setting. But to make a short answer to your question, is that lahat kailangan natin. Kailangan natin palakihin ng hydroelectric, kailangan natin palakihin yung geothermal, kailangan natin paramihan ng mga power plant, kailangan natin tumingin sa mga bagong technologies, wind farm, solar, kailangan natin tingnan ng nuclear. At kung kailangan talaga, di balikan natin oil-fired. But oil-fired has become less and less attractive because of what's happening in the volatility of oil prices, especially in the last 2-3 years. Then with this new development in Ukraine, talagang kailangan pag-isip-isipan natin na mabuti. Kasi baka maipit tayo, pag tumaas na naman yan, hindi natin maipatakbo yung planta natin, balik na naman tayo sa dati, nasa brownout na naman tayo. Now we have lots of coal here in the Philippines. The Chinese claim to have good enough technology. I've actually visited one of their coal-fired plants that na malinis na. that they're able to extract the carbon and they're able to dispose of the carbon properly. So all of these things we need to look into. Lahat yan kailangan natin.
Well, after the generating companies, meron po tayong Transco. Marami reklamo sa Transco. Senador, open ba kayo sa idea na katulad ng tubig, may west sector operator, may east sector operator, chachap-chap natin ang Transco?
I don't think so. May economies of scale yan eh. Ang business model ng high tension na delivery na ginagamit ng Transco is the same as a tollway. You maintain the tollway, you collect toll, and that's how you pay for what you build. That's the same thing that Transco should be doing. Yun lamang siguro na hindi sapat. Sa amin lang, marami kaming pangangailangan dyan sa Transco. We were hoping to build a high-tension cable from Ilocos Norte to directly export the power we are producing via windmills directly to Manila because that's where the demand is. And it's more profitable for us. But hanggang ngayon, hindi pa nangyayari. And I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the board meetings and the discussions going on in Transco. So I do not know quite why wala pa yan. But yes, it really should be a simple operation na kaya madali lang naman patakbuhin dapat yan. Kaya pag-aralan natin kung bakit nagkakaganon. You mentioned IPIRA. We have to look back at IPIRA. I think IPIRA might already have at least certain provisions in IPIRA are already obsolete. As a matter of fact.
Senator?
Yes.
I hope you don't mind. I'd like to switch topics a little bit because we have a short period to ask so many issues.
All right.
I'd like to ask about agriculture because you've mentioned that in the last time you were here. One of the biggest problems that the sector is facing is the aging of farmers.
Yes.
One study I've read said that their average age is between 57 and 59. And the worst thing is their children don't want to go into agriculture. And this observation is supported by declining enrollment in agricultural programs of SUCs across the nation. And last, the Secretary of Agriculture last year said that we may be facing a critical shortage of farmers in as little as 12 years. And he said this last year. So maybe you'd like to share with us what your plans are regarding this issue.
Regarding the age of farmers getting older, not only are they discouraged to come in, their parents who are farmers, they say, wag na kayong pumasok dito, napakahirap ng buhay dito. Mag-aral kayo, pumunta kayo sa Manila, pumunta kayo sa city, dyan kayo magpagaling para hindi niyo na kailangan daanan itong dinadaanan namin. That's the state of the agriculture in the Philippines today. As a general rule, as a general concept, I think we have to really shift already from what is essentially still mom and pop operation and talk about agribusiness and talk about the industry of agriculture. And there are many things that we need to do to achieve that, to get to that point. See, let's go back to the issue of the age of our farmers and the young people who are not going into agriculture. If it is an agribusiness, if it is not the traditional farming method that we are always going through, that we have been doing for the last millennia, but move into something that is more high-tech, then that will necessarily need for the entry into more technically minded agribusiness practitioners. And that will bring the age younger immediately. I know already for myself, young people in their 30s who have discovered some new technology or have come across a new thing. Bagay sa atin to, gawin natin. And they do, and they have brought all kinds of new techniques to farming, but it's not yet extensive because there are no encouragements coming from government in terms of tax breaks, in terms of I don't really believe in subsidies in that regard. But I still think that we can improve the attractiveness of the agricultural sector to younger people if we use the most modern, most interesting technology. And the kids say they can geek it out, right? They'll just pag-aralan nila na mabuti. That's a very interesting. It will become a very interesting line of work.
Is there an important role for government to play? Because if you look at the public spending, Philippines is only about 1.7% of the national budget, far below what is being spent in other ASEAN countries.
It's been that, and it has been that way for a long time. I think we have really neglected agriculture because we had a system set up where the entire value chain was attended to by government. And of course, the private sector practitioners come into the picture during the trading and in the market. But that was dismantled in 1986 and has not been a replacement for it. So we have to do it again. And if we look at the countries that we are competing with in terms of rice production, for example, they're Thailand and Vietnam, the obvious ones. Their cost of production is lower. The labor, segment of their production cost is 1/2 of ours, and that's due to mechanization. We have not mechanized at all. It's going to take. It's not a simple thing because we have to organize now to be able to mechanize properly, to use the big machines, the big tractors, the big harvesters. Yung nakikita natin sa ibang bansa na ginagamit, nakalaki-laki, na ang bilis-bilis, siguro sa isang araw, ilang hektarya na nako-cover nila. Pero ang average na land holding dito sa Pilipinas is less than 1 hectare. So hindi mo magamit yung mga ganung klaseng makina. So the way to do it, or the way we did it in Ilocos, was we organized the cooperatives. And in that way, we were able to take full advantage of economies of scale. And I think that's what we need to do here in the Philippines now. But there are other things that need to be done as well. I think the fact that we are importing galunggong has been made very, very public. It's been very, very clear that it is quite a surprise for us to get into that situation. But again, it really comes from a neglect in the agricultural sector. So the things we have to do the research and development for the new varieties, for the new yung nag-aalaga ng hayop, paano yung gagawin yung pagkalat ng mga inahin. Again, these are different schemes that we have to put together. In our fisheries, there is a very, very good potential for us kung ayusin lang natin ang ating kinukuhanan ng isda. Number one, bigyan natin yung mga mangingisda na mas malaking bangka. Maliliit lang yung bangka nila eh. And they have to go out already 12 kilometers kasi overfished na dito sa loob. And then of course, patrol so that maraming nagpo-poach sa atin. So we have to have all the best techniques and technologies for our farmers and for our fishermen, fisher folk. So that's just the beginning of it. And then the support. Now, one of the biggest problems that the agricultural industry is facing right now in terms of crops is urea is 2,500 pesos now. And we know of many areas where farmers just didn't plant. And that kills our production. Taas na naman ang importation natin. Because kung minsan, kung kulang talaga. Kung pabayaan mo yan, tataas naman ang presyo, hindi na kaya ng tao. Kaya talagang kailangan ayusin yung agrikultura. So you have to support, the government has to support that. This question of urea, for example, siguro ang gobyerno lang bibili in bulk, hundreds of tons of urea, and then isama na yan sa production loan bago planting season. Magbibigay ka ng production loan sa farmer. Yung iba, pera. Yung iba, seedlings, yung iba, abono, the fertilizer, at saka yung pesticide. And then you could support them with new techniques, the techno demos, to teach them what are the new plants, what are the new techniques, how you can save water, how you can save on the other inputs, etc., etc. And then the processing. You know, it is not, should not really be allowed anymore. Dapat in the year 2022, dapat wala na tayong nakikitang palay na tinutuyo sa highway. Dahil dapat meron na tayong binigay. Yan, si Rolex knows this well from, because sa local talagang yun ang problema eh. So, tapos yung mga milling, dapat talaga meron tayong milling na small scale, large scale, depending on what everyone. So the value stays with the farmer. Hindi pumupunta sa trader na may malaking milling na planta. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the traders. They have a part to play. But let's keep as much of the value added and give it back to the farmer. And then, if we are able to do that, gumanda ang ating production, mumura ang ating production cost, we can directly sell it. And the kadiwa is the example that we always use. We can sell it to the public at a lower price, assuming the government will not make a profit, because the government should not make a profit. So they should be able to sell these basic agricultural products for less.
Mr. Marcos,
Yes,
we all know that your campaign's theme is unity. And recently you made a statement on an issue that, would test your call for unity, because this issue is really polarizing in our country. And I'm referring to your statement on LGBTQ rights. And so my question is, there are a lot of interests that had to be balanced here, especially that even though that we are a secular country, our people, around 80% of our people have really, really strong religious beliefs. And these two things, are always contrary to each other. So my question is, how will you balance the legitimate aim of protecting the rights and welfare of LGBTQ people while at the same time respecting the legitimate interests of religious groups that they can freely pursue their belief on this matter?
I don't think LGBTQ issues are polarizing in the Philippines, honestly. I think we are much more open-minded about it, considering the fact that we are in fact a very Roman Catholic country. But then you must, and so that I don't think it's polarizing at all. I think Filipinos are, I don't know how to put it, but we're much cooler than most other places when it comes to these things. And I think when I talk to the members of that community, wala namang hinihingi na special treatment ang mga LGBTQ. Wag lang, do not discriminate against us. Yun lang naman yun eh. We don't want a special program for you, for ourselves. We want to do something. Just patas lang. Patas lang, pare-pareho lang. Na kahit LGBTQ kami, kahit matanda kami, kahit come from the wrong place, I don't know, whatever. All forms of discrimination are some things that we have to guard against, because that's corrosive. That just gets in the way. It doesn't help. It doesn't help anything. So that, I think, is the approach to LGBTQ issues: is just fight discrimination every step of the way. There's a pool of talent in every sector of our society that we need to take advantage of, and so we cannot exclude any part and say, hindi pwede yan, hindi na ayaw namin sa ganyan. And let me get to the point. I mean, LGBTQ, Roman Catholic, you say that it's wrong. What did the Pope say when he was asked about same-sex marriage, same-sex union? Let me correct myself. Same-sex union. And I think the Pope said it perfectly. Who am I to judge? And that's the attitude that all of us should have. And with that, I think we'll go down the correct place. We will go down the right path.
Yeah, I think this
Sorry,
will be...
Professor Carlos, I know that you warned me about senior citizen losing their train of thought, but I have been instructed to go on a commercial break. So
we have to
we'll
go on
start
break?
off. Yes,
Yeah.
we'll start the next round with your question.
Okay.
I promise that. Yeah. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, everyone. We have more questions coming from our panel. So don't go away. The Deep Probe SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview will be right back.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga leksyon.
Sino ang dapat na magpatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimula? Sino ang dapat na mailukno sa kapangyarihan?
Dapat may paninindigang ipagpatuloy ang laban kontra insurhensya at iligal na droga.
Matapang, ngunit may puso. May malasakit, handang magpatawad, tagapagtaguyod ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa.
Handang isakripisyo ang meron siya, mapunan lang ang kakulangan ng iba. Ang pulso ng taong bayan, nasa sa kanya.
Mautak, madiskarte at alam ang saklaw ng batas. May konkretong solusyon sa bawat problema, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya.
Planin mo ang iyong iboboto. Aralin ang plataforma. Paano ito isa sa katuparan at patatagalin? Suriin ang track record.
Sawa na tayo sa puro forma at salita. Ang kailangan natin ang magpapatuloy sa pagbabagong natatamasa ng sambayan ng Pilipino.
May malakas na paninindigan sa tama, hindi magtataksil sa bayan at hindi tayo ipagpapalit sa kahit anuman.
Matapat at hindi magnanakaw, hindi sarili, kundi ang interes ng bayan ang inuuna.
May political will, totoo ang serbisyo at handang ibigay ang lahat. Matugunan lamang ang mga isyu na kinakaharap at kakaharapin pa ng bansa. Bilang botante, nasa atin ang responsibilidad na ihalal ang nararapat. Isa itong desisyon para sa nakararami, kung kaya't pag-isipang mabuti.
Huwag magpadala sa kasikatan at sabi-sabi. Ikaw mismo ang kumilatis. Tandaan, nakasalalay sa desisyon mo ang magiging kinabukasan ng bansa. Kaya, maging matalino.
Maliban sa totoo, dapat may karanasan at kapasidad na mamuno. Hindi ka mabibili, kaya huwag kang magpapabayag. Bigyang dangal ang iyong boto.
Katuwang nyo ang SMNI sa isang malinis at patas na eleksyon. Dahil dito, siguradong balitang totoo.
Ibibigay namin sa inyo mga impormasyong tama. Tuloy ang pagbabago kahit sa pagbabalita.
Sama-sama po tayo tungo sa bagong bansa. Piliin ang magpapatuloy sa mga programang nasimulan ng administrasyon.
Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy.
Ituloy. Ituloy. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Maraming beses na tayong nasaktan, binigo, nalagay sa alanganin. Minsan nang nagdalawang isip kung itutuloy pa ba natin ang nasimulang laban. Dahil tao tayo, madalas nagkakamali, nagbabago, nangangarap, natatalo, nagtatagumpay. Iba-iba ang paniniwala, kaya madalas may mga di pagkakaintindihan. Sa panahon ng pangangailangan, lumalabas ang totoong tayo. Mapagmahal, puno ng malasakit, nabubuo, mas humihigpit ang kapit natin sa bawat isa. Dahil alam natin na kung sabay, lahat nagiging posible.
Sa muling pagsikat ng araw, Isang desisyon ang kailangan mong pakawalan. Desisyon hindi lamang para sa iyong sarili, kundi para sa iyong minamahal. Desisyon para sa katrabaho, kapitbahay, sa iyong kaibigan, at maging sa iba, sa hindi mo.
We're back with the Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. And again, 1 hour went by so quickly. So we're down to the last question for our last candidate for the evening. To start off with our last question, Professor Carlos.
Okay, there is, I know, Mr. Marcos, that...
Professor Carlos, I know you're gonna love me for this. You're wearing your sunglasses again.
Sorry again. Ay, mag-forgive na kayo, ha? You will all be 75 also. Unless you die young. Hello. Humirit pa yan. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a sense that this will be the last time I shall interact with you in a venue like this. So, let me introduce something which I have tested in my class on elites in politics. And this involves moving into an area called predicting leadership decision-making. So I hope you don't mind if I give you 3 short questions, but they are related to each other. And it will give our people a chance to know you in terms of your leadership style. The first question is, do you think that you're basically an optimist rather than a pessimist? Number 2, do you think you are basically a high-risk taker rather than a low-risk taker? You'll notice the 2 are related. And the third question is, do you think you are Machiavellian?
Well, the first question is if I'm an optimist or a pessimist. I'm essentially an optimist. And the reason I'm essentially an optimist, because especially when we talk about the country, we are optimists. I am optimistic because our biggest asset is the Filipino people, and it's not. I try to be very objective about it, ma'am. I have traveled all over the world. I have not met a better people than Filipinos in every possible. Am I a risk taker or not? When it comes to national issues, I tend towards the conservative only because a mistake will cost so much suffering to so many people. In other words, you have to be very careful with the decisions you make. And it's not something that you do offhand. You think about it very hard. You talk to as many people as you can. And you make absolutely certain that you have done everything that you can possibly do to make whatever your plan is, to make it work. Am I Machiavellian? Well, I've studied him quite thoroughly. And I know very many Machiavellians in my life. But
Is it Machiavelli in terms of taking every means to produce an end, not the other Machiavellian, the bad Machiavellian?
Well, certainly, we have to be aware of everything that is going to help whatever it is that you are hoping to achieve. And on a national scale, that means you have to understand very well what the situation is on the ground. Ganito kasi ang sitwasyon ng mga tao, eto na ngayon sila. Nasa gitna pa ng pandemya, walang trabaho yung mga yan. Umaasa pa rin yan sa tupad, sa IX, etc. O paano tayo lalabas niyan? Where will what are the other countries doing? Kailangan maging maingat so I suppose in the same sense as you say that these questions were related, it's a way of being careful and being very, very knowledgeable about what are the things that have to come into play so that you will achieve success, whatever that success, however you define that success. So in that sense, yes, ma'am, I am a Machiavellian.
Yeah, thank you. In future, if you have time, please come to the university and I will discuss with you. It's called the Operational Code Construct. Thank you very much.
Oh, I would love that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So sorry, I know we were getting requests for extension, but we want to be strict about keeping it to 1 hour for all the presidential candidates. So, Senator Marcos, you have the floor for your closing remarks.
Well, first of all, I thank again our panelists and SMNI for this opportunity to speak on the many issues that have yet to be explored. And the format as well, I think, is quite constructive. So thank you to SMNI for that. Thank you to our panelists here. I hope to continue to lay out what programs that form a part of the platform, the planks of the platform, for the possibility for the next administration, for the possibilities for the next administration. And that's why such opportunities such as this are very, very important. And I hope that we have been able to impart some of the ideas that I'm examining and trying to put together to bring to the next administration should I be elected to the presidency. So we hope that we continue with this discussion. I hope that people come and think about it. And if they have any ideas, please come and tell us because we need to hear from everyone. We need everyone. That is the cry of the unity team, is that we cannot say that anyone is not needed. Everyone is needed in this effort that we are trying to do to get through the pandemic, to recover our economy from the problems that the pandemic has brought, and to position the Philippines to face the new world order and what will happen in the next few years. So thank you all very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Magandang gabi po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Bongbong Marcos, and maraming salamat to all our panelists. Sa pamamagitan ng SMNI Deep Probe, sinubok namin na dalhin sa ibang level ang pagkilatis sa ating mga presidential candidates. After all, the presidential post is the highest position of leadership in our country. Napakahalagang desisyon ang pagpili natin ng susunod na Pangulo ng ating bansa. We hope that today's deep probe gave people an opportunity to further scrutinize our candidates. Thank you to all our candidates who joined us today. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to get to know you more. And of course, thank you to the panelists for sharing your expertise. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight.